dun. It's a square with adorable kitty.
It is episode 6 of JA Debate.
Forgot the charms. Okay, no problem.
Good
Just
times,
put
good times.
Here. Let her fix it.
If you want to come up and have a conversation, I do not have conversations with the chat.
Adorable with the key.
Other people in the chat can talk to you about it.
Adorable with the key.
Yeah, I can. Through logical reason.
Design. Oh my.
The people in the chat can talk with you
super,
all you want, but I talk to people that come up and have the fortitude to come up in the box and actually have a conversation.
How funny it is, to be honest. Rosie's one.
While we're waiting, guys,
with heart.
make sure that if you have not subscribed over to JA Debate's
and it's a
YouTube channel, make sure you do that today.
A sweet cone. And this,
we are at about 1,500 followers over there on YouTube.
Forget. New.
So if you do enjoy my content, every one of these lives.
Next one, yeah, tease with this cream.
Dodge. Every one of these lives is over there.
Great.
You can rewatch them. If you miss a live, you can go back and watch them. And we've had some great co-hosts tonight. It's Christina Carroll.
I was learning the word here. Thank you for all my teachers.
Be here. She's going to be here a little late and have to leave a little early.
Yeah, this order started with 20, but it's weird to find this one. Double tap my photo. Go inside the Mia DIY to check
you're clicking them like, sharing it out, and let's get this live going.
Silicone beads. You just get it. What's order number? This order is a demo, dear. Demo. We don't have order. What is it for? Dear? Pen making, kitchen making. We have sample like this way. Order our pen together, all friends.
See something.
I cannot pronounce it either. That is why I call it sausage dog. Oh, it's so difficult to pronounce it. Really? Oh, I just made order. Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you. You'll be next one, okay? Yeah, Mary will be next one. waiting. When I finish order, I'll pack it for you, okay?
Different lives at the same
I'm sure waiting by.
Let's see here. Let's do that. Let's see if that helps at all.
Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you. You'll be next.
This is crazy. I do not know what is happening over there on the YouTube. Really quick, Bible baby, and then I will get right with you. Really quick, Bible baby, and then I will get right with you. Okay, here we go. Now we're cooking over there on the YouTube. If you're over there on the YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. If you aren't subscribed, go ahead and click that subscribe, and also make sure you're chatting and clicking that little heart every now and again over there in the corner. Bible baby, I do believe you were on recently. Can I just get your age for TikTok purposes?
36.
Right on. And what do you got for me?
Okay, it says God does not exist. Can you demonstrate that claim?
Yeah, so each God's going to be different. So first off, I would have to get your definition of a God for me to demonstrate it.
God is, there's lots of things, man. That's not an easy question, but God is reality himself, existence himself. It says, for in him we live, move, and have our being. He's the first source and center, creator, controller, infinite upholder, the source of all that is. The only, the eternal.
Okay, so is God all good?
That would be, yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so if God is all good and he's the source of all that is, then he's the source. How can something that is all good be the source of evil?
Well, he's not in evil. An evil is it would be a potential evil is an inevitability, I would say.
No, you said, Bible baby, listen, Bible baby,
evil.
Hold on. You said that God is the source of all things.
Yeah.
Is that true or false?
Sure.
If he is the source of all things, then he is the source of evil.
Well, no,
evil is a thing.
But
Yes.
evil has to be actualized. There's potential evil and then actual evil.
It does not matter. All right, so is God the source of all good?
Sure, yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense. With see how you have to use different logic for your own standards, but as soon as somebody else points out the flaw in your argumentation, you just say no, that ain't the way it is. But if God is the source of good and God is the source of all things, then He is also the source of evil. That's how that works.
I mean, I don't like the way you're saying it because can you tell me the difference between potential evil and actual evil?
Yeah, so potential evil and actual evil. Potential evil is going to be the choice people have to make to do evil, whereas acted out evil would be actually acting on that choice you can make.
Okay, I think we're just it's just and also I'm weary because but I'll just jump right in. I don't care if I'm made to look like a fool. If
Okay.
you know what I'm saying, that was the reason for my bucking against it, because I don't want to get caught up in a trap and be tricked and look stupid. But let's do it anyway. Let's go ahead and do it anyway. I'll go ahead and play. But my position is, okay, let's say yes, he allows evil at the least, or he's the source of a reality where potential evil is possible, right? But I like this statement right here. It says, "Is courage, strength of character desirable? Then must man be reared in an environment which necessitates grappling with hardships and reacting to disappointments. Is hope, the grandeur of trust, desirable? Then human existence must constantly be confronted with insecurities and recurrent uncertainties. Is the love of truth and the willingness to go wherever it leads desirable? Then must man grow up in a world where error is present and falsehood always possible." And I won't go on and on because
Yeah, that's a naturalist point of view. That's not a Christian point of view. That's a naturalist point of view.
It's a natural. So you agree with the statement I'm saying?
Yeah, because if you go where the evidence brings you, you're never going to come to the Bible. Where you're going to go is to a naturalist point of view, because that's where all the evidence points.
Sorry for talking over. I have a bad habit doing that.
Yeah, go ahead.
But this is from the Urantia book, but it would still be like I follow Jesus, but I don't want to call myself a Christian. So I guess if I just catfished you, we can stop right here. This is a source outside the Bible, but that justifies good, because what it is there's no replacement for actual experience in the universe. So
yeah, there is. So God is limited. So God is limited to having to have us go through hardships to learn. God could not do it another way.
In order for you to exist, we had to have come. And I think that also justifies it, because he wanted he wanted me to exist. And for me to exist, this had to be the world of tooth and claw evolutionary struggle that it is. And that justifies it. And it's awesome living. I'm having a great summer. I don't know about you guys, but I'm glad there's suffering. I'm so glad that I come from a world that allows suffering, that allows me to exist.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. If you had cancer right now, you would not be happy to have cancer. I don't have time for that nonsense. All right, let's move on to the next guest and see if he actually has something to present. Yeah, that's the kind of guy that says that grape is good because it teaches somebody something. 8:30, Zuki. What is your age?
I'm 22.
Okay, what do you got?
Well, my point of view is like, okay, so people want to say, how is God real if there's so much evil in the world, so much bad shit that happens?
Yep.
Well, how do we know what good is if evil doesn't exist?
I don't have to. So, let's say when you're first born, your mom holds you, she swaddles you. Are you going to feel like? Do you believe the baby feels like protection and love?
A baby when he's born?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I'd hope so. I think so.
Yeah, so it didn't need to
being a baby.
experience it doesn't need to experience something bad to know that what it's feeling is good.
I mean, that's debatable. I feel like we can't even remember when we were babies to begin with.
Yeah, I know, but babies nuzzle up to their mothers. They smile when their mothers hold them. They don't have to experience the opposite of nurture to understand that nurture is good.
Sorry, that train is in the background. But that still doesn't change the fact that we can't tell good from evil if there is no evil. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
I
that
just
doesn't
showed
mean...
you how that's not true. A baby doesn't have to experience the opposite of nurture to know that nurture is good. The same way I don't have to experience something evil to know that something is good.
Good point. Good point. All right, that was my main point. I don't know.
Right on.
I just had to agree to disagree.
All right, right on, man.
Like,
Have a good night.
like,
2 up and 2 down. 2 up and 2 down. If there's anybody else out there, whether in the YouTube, there is a link. Let me get it pinned up for us here in a second. Niall, please don't pray for me. I don't need your prayers. I don't understand saying you follow Jesus but aren't in a religion. I know, it makes no sense. Those are people that just don't like words actually having a meaning. Why do you worship a dictator? God punishes you if you don't believe in him. I agree. I agree. But please do not write caps, as Crystal has said, because my mods will mute you. Because we just don't do all caps. It's so if the moderators have to say something, I can look at even if I'm in the middle of a conversation, I can look and see what my moderator's trying to say, because they are the only ones in all caps, unless you are visually impaired. So you use all caps so you can read what you've written better, which we do understand that as well. Pascal's wager, buddy. Yeah, Pascal's wager is garbage. That's a garbage argument. It does not matter which route you go. It's just garbage. Guys, thank you so much. 12,000 likes already. We have been live for like 15 minutes. 12,000 likes. You guys are getting after it. We don't even have that many people in here. I appreciate you. Over on the YouTube, make sure you're clicking that thumbs up, subscribing, and also make sure that you give us... Make sure that you are subscribed over there and interact with the chat, as well as clicking that little heart in the corner. That helps push out the live, gets more people in here, and you guys can have your own little debates or whatever in the little chat there. Let's see here. But hopefully Christina will be here in about 30 minutes, guys, and then we will really kick off the show. If you disagree with me, there is a way to get in here. It's in the description. It's HTTPS. I will put it in the chat and pin it to the top, actually, because, yeah, I don't... How's it going, LF? Oh, this ain't rage bait. This is 100% me just spreading the truth. I think it's interesting that everybody says it's rage bait just because I don't want to live in a society where the majority of people believe in fairy tales. Just not something I want to do. So that is where you're going to go in the YouTube. I'm going to pin it to the top. If you disagree with me and you would like to get in on the conversation, just go there and we can have a talk over there. Thank you for the follow, Hex. Crystal. Guys, make sure you're following Crystal J. She does awesome lives too. If you are following me, we don't have a whole lot of people in here. So you guys are probably all already following her, but if you are not, make sure to follow Crystal J. We can get the non-believers Bible study. We get the Decon Q&A. We get so many good creators we get to go up and talk to, people that we otherwise don't get the chance to talk to. She just puts out a lot of good stuff, and she's been having a lot of good conversations as well. So make sure that you are following the lovely Crystal J. So God is extra stuff to believe on top of real. Oh, okay. Takes more faith to believe there's no God. It takes zero faith to believe there is no God. It's funny Christians just make these outlandish claims, and we're supposed to be like, oh my God, you're right. That's just a claim. There's no evidence, there's no rationale or logic to that claim. It's just something you heard somebody like Dr. Dobson say, or somebody, John MacArthur, some real asshole, said that once, and you just liked it. If you would like to come up and talk, the guest box is open, and TinyURL is open for those on YouTube. Anybody that would like to talk, I pinned it up at the top, and yep. Yeah. Rest in pain, Dobson. Rest in pain. Yeah, nothing good ever came from Dr. James Dobson. The perpetuator of hate. TikTok gives you a microphone to the world, and this is the best you can come up with. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. If you'd like to come up and say it, the guest box is open. Anybody that would like to come up here is more than welcome. But God does not exist. I hope that people quit believing fairy tales, because I like to live in a society where people are intelligent and believe things that are provided through evidence. If we can prove God with science, then God isn't outside of the empirical, therefore there is no God. True, true. I'm with you on that. Yes. Yes, Wolf Bandit. It is better to live in a society where grown-ass adults aren't believing fairy tales and dictating other people based on the fairy tales they believe. Hey man, please read or look up scientific miracles of the Quran. I don't really care about... Yeah, I don't really care about the Quran, nor some arbitrary thing about miracles with it, because it's just not true. So just because there is no evidence means he is fake. Nope, that's not what I said. That is not my... No, and you can't say the same about dinosaurs, because there is empirical evidence that dinosaurs existed. There is mountains of evidence that dinosaurs existed. There is zero good evidence that God does, and nobody said that just because there is no evidence is why I say God does not exist, as if dinosaurs were not in the Bible. But no matter what, this has nothing to do with the lack of evidence of God. I mean, that is enough to say that God does not exist, to make that claim, because you can say the Easter Bunny doesn't exist. You can say the Tooth Fairy doesn't exist. And it's all the same thing. Leviathan is actually not described as a dinosaur at all. If anything, it was probably like a hippo. With the actual description they give. Fossils don't prove nothing. Footprints don't prove nothing. I don't know what that means, my friend. Alright, well, we're gonna turn, since none of you over in the TikTok want to talk, I'm gonna turn over to my friend Amir here. He was here last time. We're gonna have a little chat. Time around the 40 minutes, and Christina should be here soon, and then we will hopefully start getting a lot more guests on the TikTok queue. Amira, how are you? Oh, give me 1 second here. Amir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Bear with me 2 seconds. My audio doesn't seem to be playing right now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. How you doing, buddy? It's Tony, right?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, not too shabby, my friend. Yeah, I remember us speaking last time. We had a really great conversation.
Yep. Yeah, what do you got for us today?
Well, I mean, I'm going to just kick things off by asking the question. I was going to just, and I think I kind of know the answer to this, but I just want to clarify it. Do you believe naturalism gives a better explanation for why anything at all exists than the God hypothesis?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that naturalism still leaves us with unexplained laws or conditions, just as theism leaves us with an unexplained God?
Yes.
Okay. So if both naturalism and theism require brute facts, what makes you confident naturalism is the more rational stopping point?
Because the same reason that when I look at something it is simple as let's say the boogeyman. Let's say the boogeyman is something I've heard about my whole life. The boogeyman is something I've been told about. I have no physical evidence for that boogeyman, but I've been told my whole life that it's there. I hear noises in my house that I can't explain, therefore the boogeyman exists. But no, instead I'm going to say there are naturalist explanations for all of the things you can do to posit God. So the same way that there's natural explanations for all the noises in my house, and I can say it's not the boogeyman because I have no evidence that there's this mystical being living in my house stalking me.
Mm-hmm. Is this maybe an appeal then to something like Occam's razor, that
Yep.
you feel that it's a simpler explanation without having to appeal to anything supernatural? Is that a correct interpretation of your response?
Yes, yeah. I feel like the simpler explanation is a naturalistic explanation.
Okay.
And there's no need for a fallacy in a naturalistic expectation. You just say I don't know.
Okay, I mean it's a valid point, and I think naturalist explanations for why anything exists at all tend to require multiple separate postulates, like the laws of physics, some accounts of why those laws exist, mechanisms for the universe's origins, which could be something like quantum fluctuations or eternal inflation, etc. And then a story for why these mechanisms themselves exist. And each step adds entities or principles. Theism, at least in a classical sense, compresses this into one, a necessary mind or being that explains the contingent universe. And even though God is a big concept, it's one explanatory anchor instead of a chain of distinct, possible unrelated causes. So the point of Occam's razor, I think, at its roots, can be interpreted as a matter of preference. You see, I think one person can make a very valid argument as to why the God hypothesis is a simpler explanation, as in ontologically simpler, over, say, a naturalist, and equally, I think a naturalist can make the same points as well. So I actually think it comes down to temperament more so than objective evidence.
Well, what I guess my tension to that would be, it does come down to evidence. I can see matter, I can measure, I can touch. I know that matter and matter and space exist. I know this for a fact. And so I do not have, so adding God to that is just adding this thing that we're just throwing in there to explain the things we cannot explain from what we see. But we never see God. We just throw him in there because we have these gaps in what we do see. But I do see all the natural stuff happening around me. So my thing would be, why would I think that it didn't naturally occur when everything else around me is natural occurring?
Okay, I mean, it's a good point. Absolutely, we can see matter, we can measure matter, we know that matter and time exists. Absolutely, I think that that's not the point that I'm trying to press.
Okay.
It's what is the absolute origins of matter, of time. Now, absolutely, we can interact with time, matter, and energy. But that doesn't explain what hypothesis is still more plausible in explaining the origins of time, matter, and energy. I mean, scientists can appeal to certain theories, such as the multi of the universe, but I feel like all of this just pushes the question back: why does anything at all exist? Do you see the point that I'm trying to make, Tony?
Yeah, I definitely see the point you're trying to make. I do even understand the point, and I get I get your rationale. I think that you have a very rational way of looking at it. And you aren't, I think a big thing for me is you more are arguing for a deist god. And I think that is a more palatable place to be than arguing for a specific god. I think that there's a lot that can be said. Now having said that, I do understand what you're saying. I just believe that I I just have no reason to posit a god in it at all. I just say I see reality, I see matter, I see this. I don't know the origin of where it came from. There's hypotheses, but I know that space and matter exist. I don't have any reason other than just throwing God in there that God exists.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good distinction that you've made. I am a deist. I'm not a theist. I don't prescribe to any religious denomination. And I think that the way that you dismantle religious arguments, at least short of exceptional, I think you do a really good job in that particular regard. I couldn't even do it better myself, to be honest. You're incredibly well versed in biblical scripture and Judeo-Christianity in general. So to that, I give you a ton of credit. Yeah, I mean, I thank you as well for having the intellectual humility to say that my viewpoint is at least rational. And you can see why I'm led to believe that the God hypothesis maybe is on equal footing, to naturalistic arguments as to why anything at all exists. I mean, I think either way, we're always going to be confronted by these absurdities. And what I was trying to challenge you was, you were making the point that it would seem more likely that a naturalistic argument is more plausible than a God hypothesis as to why anything at all exists. And that's the point that we were hashing out.
Yeah. And I absolutely... I absolutely... I have a lot more hard time with the actual theistic point of view. And the only reason I do that, like, there are Christians that are, like, deistic Christians that don't hold to, like, any of this, like, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, any of the like stuff that hurts other people, and like to me, live and let live in that situation. So I think it's only problematic to believe in God when you're using that as a tool to oppress other people.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you see, religion itself, at that point, they are making claims about the natural world, which can therefore go under scientific scrutiny. And I think, in that sense, you've managed to debunk pretty much every single claim that a religious person has thrown at you. I think overarching arguments as to why anything at all exists when we exclude religion, that's where we get into really deep philosophical and metaphysical discussions. And I think when those conversations are hashed out to the nth degree, I think that the God hypothesis makes more sense than any sort of naturalistic arguments. Don't get me wrong, I'm very open-minded to naturalistic arguments as to why anything at all exists, but none of the theories that we do have, whichever one that you consider, cyclic models of the universe, string theory, quantum loop gravity, it still doesn't explain why anything at all exists. It only continues to explain phenomena that occur within the naturalistic world without accounting for why the naturalistic world and why physical laws exist in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you, Amer. I am going to move on. I have a guy waiting in the queue, but I love talking to you, man. If I have another lull later and you're still around, jump back in and we can talk some more.
Yeah, sounds good, Tony. And have a great day. As always, it's a pleasure.
It is a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Amer is always a great guest. He's always very kind, and he has a lot of like decent points. At least he's using rationalities to make his assertions, rather than like pre-suppers or people that are trying to talk about the Bible and just like really don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to the Bible. Jimmy, what is your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 30 years old.
Are you a Christian or a theist?
I am a theist and newly a Christian, yeah.
Okay, what do you got?
So first of all, this is the first time I've ever been on a debate like this. I think I appreciate things like this, and I think what we're doing here has more evidence and it's more profound than I think I was originally, as an atheist, was realizing. I spent more debating what's right versus what's wrong, right? And I mean, I'll ask you just to start. Do you believe in a real right versus a real wrong?
No, I believe in subjective morality.
So it's all subjective.
Yep.
So no such thing as okay. So then it's just a mere matter of opinion if somebody was to, I don't know, commit some atrocity. Like there's no such thing as progress, and by progress I mean changing for the better as a humanity, as a naturalist standpoint.
State that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have a train going by. Give me one second.
All good.
Okay, can you state that one more time, what you said? I missed part of it.
I could be wrong here. I have no doubt that you're probably more well-read than I am, but a naturalist sort of anti-objective reality standpoint is what has driven a lot of this stuff, progress, debates like this, is the fact that it's okay, like it's for the better. In other words, we get our morality from a sense of, an evolution standpoint. This will be better for either the herd or for the individual.
Yes, correct.
And so I'm asking, where does that better according to what, I guess, would be? Because if without real, in my opinion, objective morality between good and wrong, our society could veer towards, murdering children or women, or, raping, pillaging. I don't know how censored I'm supposed to be here. I'm sorry. could
Well,
be in some eyes, depending on who's leading or depending what society thinks, good. It could be good.
okay, so first off, morals are going to be based on negative and positive impacts. So we're going to make the best of, so figuring out morality, I would say, is more of a scientific thing than a philosophical thing. Because we're going to use statistics and the negative impacts that it has on society and people, and then we are going to move on from there. So I would say that murdering somebody is bad, just based off the fact of the negative impact it has, not only on the family of the people, but on the people that do it. It is found that people that commit atrocities like that, their mental health decreases significantly from doing atrocities. So we know that there's negative impact overall in that. So we can say that that is immoral based on a moral, or on the impact that it has on individuals as well as society.
And maybe I'm being circular here, and I don't mean to be, or I'm not being naive or disrespectful in any sort of way. But even if you were to say it's negatively impacting us, who's to say that's good or bad? In other words, I hear, oh my God, if somebody was to murder, that negatively impacts not only the victim but the person who's committed. That's bad in my eyes. I don't want that to happen. And I was asked to imagine a society in which all of these moral things, do not murder, all of these basic rules, the law of human nature. Imagine if it was the opposite. Imagine if somebody was admired for abandoning, and I think there is some societal impact, and we haven't agreed in a number of societies how many women a man should marry, how where his land lies, stuff like that. But we've all.
Do you believe in objective morals?
I do. At a very base level, I do.
Okay, so where do you think you get objective morals?
I think it's sort of programmed into us. I mean, we've proven that DNA is more sort of like a code for human beings. I mean, it's a language, it's a code in which we've been written into, and I believe that it points to some intelligent creator.
Okay, so is being gay wrong?
No. It's not wrong. It's not any more wrong than stealing a candy bar. Is that wrong? It's like it's what we are.
Okay, so stealing isn't morally wrong either, based on your objective standpoint.
No, I misspoke. I would say the way that we are created is the way we are created, and so if we, that's a really good point. I don't know. If in an objective sense is being gay wrong, I'd like to say no, but I know that goes against me. I'm just trying to be honest here with you. I'm not some
I appreciate an honest conversation. You do not know how few and far between they are. So I guess my problem with objective morals is when you come down to each nuance, you're going to keep running into a place like this where it's hard to define the actual objective morals. So you're going to have to subjectively decide what is objective.
Yeah, I hear you. And I would just say from a personal standpoint, and this is probably not the best argument standpoint, and I'll leave you at this. I don't want to take up too much time. I know you got other guys probably in the queue. If I was to state it's all subjective and this is dependent on evolution and progress, then I think I would have damn good ground to stand on to say being gay is wrong. And the math should probably agree, because if we are meant in a naturalist standpoint to progress, repopulate, better.
Gay people can repopulate.
Biologically?
Yeah, they do it all the time.
In the sense of like freezing embryos and using
surrogacy.
Yeah. I hear
or like if they were in a crunch, I guarantee you a man that was gay and a lesbian, if they were the only two people left on Earth, I bet you that they would do it to populate.
Again, it's like, what if they're subjectively inclined to say we don't want to repopulate? It would end there and then. It's like
I would say that would be their choice at that point. But what I'm saying is, I think it always, when you get into these deep, objective, moral conversations, once you get so deep, you have to make your own subjective opinion of what is right in each individual situation. Like, I walk in and my daughter, like, not me. So there's a story that I was just watching earlier, and this guy came home and his daughter had been was beaten up and had been essayed by his best friend, and he went over to his best friend's house and unalived him. Now, do I think it's good to go around unaliving people? No. Do I see the merit in going over there and unaliving that guy? Yes.
For sure. Yeah, I hear you.
So the moral there is going to be very obscure and take a lot of subjective opinion on figuring out the moral stance to take on a situation like that.
Right.
It's not just cut and dry.
What you're saying there is, I know what you mean. It ain't too cut and dry. I'll agree with you there. But if it was based on how we should evolve, then I think keeping a law of non-murder, and that's kind of why Christianity speaks more to this than in my mind. I'm not some right-wing, white, wicked Christian guy. It's like it's the only one where I hear turn the other cheek. If you're harmed, essentially absorb the harm. And that, to me, seems very progressive in a sense.
Yeah. But Jesus,
and again, you're probably way more well-read than me.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not trying to be boastful. I was a pastor for 10 years. So, like, in Mark 7, like, I understand, like, there's these different good teachings. But, one, I would contest even the turn your other cheek, because I would say that is actually not progressive, and in fact, it causes people to stay in abusive relationships that they should not be in.
And without a real right and wrong of saying that is abusive or that is just that guy's subjective opinion, we cannot make progress. We cannot say that's abusive, that's bad, without having a real moral. And I guess it doesn't need to be so micro level. It could be at a macro level. If which I probably know you have done this, held the door open for somebody, made conversation with your daughter, made things more comfortable. And here's the odd thing, sometimes to your detriment. Sometimes I don't live up to it. Sometimes I live up to it. But there is a bar and a standard that's been set within, I believe, every man, woman, and child on this earth that says I've either, superseded, gone above the bar, or I've fallen short from the bar. And in my mind, it ain't a matter of my opinion. I lived a pretty bad life in my 20s, and I tried to tell myself you're a good guy. And I'm not talking. I'll be fully transparent. I was a wicked bad alcoholic, drug addict, stuff like this. And I would try to battle this objective morality by saying you're not that bad, man. You're sick. You're not bad. You're sick. Excuse this. And so I don't think that was a mere fault in my objective morality. I think there was a real truth going on. That was this isn't right. This isn't how I'm supposed to be. When I hold the door open for something, or when I see, if in your case, my daughter doing something, I could say that is beyond my opinion good. That is good for her, and or this is bad for her. And so again,
but if you can't point me to the exact measuring block you're using, I'm just going to say that's your subjective opinion as well.
Fair enough. Then that's where we're going to get. I'll let somebody who probably knows way more than me take over. I appreciate your time and everybody.
Well, man, I appreciate you, Jimmy. If you ever see me live again and you want to jump up and have a conversation, you were pleasant, you were honest, and I loved that little conversation.
I'll buff up. And here's the funny thing: there are no new arguments to this. There's no new arguments in this.
No,
I think it's hilarious that we're, So I'll buff up my apologetics, and I'm sure you will buff up your stance.
Yep. You have a good night. See you, Jimmy. Guys, I don't know what's happening tonight. We don't have very good numbers, but we have really good guests. And I think right now, I will take that. Christina Carroll is not going to be here, guys. We are going to have to reschedule. She's having a lot of things going on that she is not going to be here. So I am not going to be able to. Yes, I do want to debate music. I will send you an invite. She is not going to be here. But guys, thank you so much for being here and supporting the JA debates. We will be live every Monday and Thursday. Whether I am here or our co-host is here, able to be here, we will have this live going. So make sure you're following here on TikTok, interacting with the live over there on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. We have Joel Reads Bible coming on Monday, and then we are ending the month with the Deconstruction Zone, Justin. I know the last 2 lives have been kind of up and down with our guests or our co-hosts and stuff because there's just been a lot of people have things going on in their lives, and we schedule these things pretty far out. So just bear with us, and we will get our back on schedule starting Monday. Music, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. You asked if I wanted to debate.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to debate about?
So your stance, if I'm correct, is God does not exist in any forms, and you believe in evolution.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I'd like to debate on the fundamentals of evolution, like chemical evolution, stuff like that.
Okay. What are you at?
All right. So you believe in the Big Bang, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So my first question is, I want to know how you get elements higher than iron.
What do you mean?
You cannot fuse past iron without an intense amount of energy.
Yeah.
There's no way.
There was an intense amount of energy.
All right. So
that is where the Big Bang
all the elements in once.
No, the Big Bang didn't create anything. The Big Bang is just the expansion of something that was once. All of the matter and everything we see today was once in as much of a condensed space as possible, and it was so hot and the energy was so big that it started to expand. It had to. It could no longer stay in that state. And that's all the Big Bang means, is that it was a abrupt expansion of material in space.
So you're saying we're not creating anymore, we're just going to destroy. So nothing else can be fused.
What do you explain what you mean by that?
So you're saying what was in the Big Bang is just what we have, like all the matter that was in it. So nothing else will be created.
Yeah, all energy and matter are all the same things. It's just in different forms.
All right. And do you believe that how the matter was in the Big Bang, like, I've read multiple reports. Some people think it was a spinning, condensed matter. Some people just think it was just 2 matters that collided. What's your stance on that?
The Big Bang does not posit that 2 sets of matter collided.
All right.
I don't know who you heard that from.
I just read articles like it was spinning. It used to be 100,000 miles wide.
Oh, you're talking about a hypothesis. No.
Yeah.
That's just a hypothesis of what caused the Big Bang because we don't know what exactly was before the Big Bang. So there's a lot of hypotheses like that, like a cyclical universe where there's always been an eternal amount of crunches and expansions. So that's just a hypothesis. With the Big Bang, all we have, it posits itself is that everything when the Big Bang started was in a condensed space, and the Big Bang is what we know is an expansion that started rapidly.
All right. Next would be my point on just human evolution, animal evolution.
Yeah.
So do you believe in like the big flood, the great flood?
Nope.
However many religions talk about. Do you believe that the great flood happened?
No.
All right. What would be your stance on the strata layers then?
That's going to be due to plate tectonics and in billions of years of sediment.
All right. So, tectonics, we have the Earth covered, we have the stratoplates covered. Now, where did life begin?
Abiogenesis.
Biogenesis?
Abiogenesis. All right. So, in the early atmosphere, matter became an amino acid. Amino acids were formed, and then amino acids, as they were introduced to new chemicals in the atmosphere, they began to create molecules that were self-replicating, and these self-replicating molecules then were mutating, and we've even done all of this in the lab and made self-replicating, mutating molecules from non-life.
Such as the lab where they made amino acids try to replicate, basically?
Yep.
Alright. And did you ever once believe in God?
Yeah, I was a Christian all of my life up until about 4 years ago now. Yep, about 4 years ago now, 2021, is when I actually came out and said I was an atheist and admitted it to myself. But before that, I was an associate pastor for 10 years, and I helped plant 3 Reformed churches.
Alright. Yeah, I was just watching you, and I was wanting to know, like, your standpoints on certain things so I could, like, better understand and watch you.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you, Music. Thanks for coming up. You have a nice night.
I appreciate you.
What? I don't know what's happening. All of these guests are very pleasant. Nobody has called me fat. Nobody has called me a slur. Like, this is, like, new territory. I don't know what to do with it. Don't know what to do with this. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, my friend. Very nice individuals tonight in the guest. Let me see here. Do I need to come up and say mean things? Oh, Carrie, you ain't too nice for that, but no, please don't. You'd hurt my feelings. I don't like when my friends are mean to me. That tears me down. Buddy Christ, thanks for sharing the live. Nice to see you here. So many wonderful people in there. We have Deconjunction in the house. The Deconjunction. If you are deconstructing and you don't have a lot of support in your life, think about joining the Deconstruction Junction on Discord. We also have a YouTube and a TikTok, and it's good times. Good times going on over there. Let's see here. Rimbles, nice to see you. Reality check over there in the TikTok. Thanks for being here and modding. Much appreciated. Anyway, if anybody disagrees, and I know there's plenty that have been in the YouTube disagreeing, and but you are able to come up by going to that pinned URL there at the top and talk to me. If you are Regulus, thanks for being here, Regulus. If you are an op and you want to come up and have a chat in TikTok or in the YouTube, come up now and we can have a conversation. Guys, we've been live for an hour and we're already at 20,000 likes we've had less than 40 people this whole time. Thank you so much for being here. Love you guys. You guys are the best. Hopefully at some point TikTok will push us out into the algorithm. But this is a new show. We're still early on into it. This is only the 6th episode. We'll get there. We will definitely get there. Let me know if they want friendies up. If a friendly wants to come up, we can have a couple minute conversation, but I'm not going to hold up a lot of time so that people feel free to come up and talk that are ops. But yeah, I will have a couple minute conversation with a friendly at any point. Either in Video Ninja or on TikTok, it does not matter. Is tooth objection? Let's see here. So I'm gonna go through kind of the schedule coming up here. We've got a pretty full schedule, and we may even have Jaren in September filling in one of the 3 days. I had it full, and 3 people kind of dropped out. So we are, well, 1 was removed. 2 people dropped out. And we are... So if anybody would like to take part, Jaren, I think, is going to take one, but if anybody else would like to take part in one of these live debates, just get in my DMs. Let's figure it out, see if you're a good fit, and we will. If you are, we will get you into the schedule. You must be an atheist is the main thing. This is about God not existing. It is not... Like, so, you must be an atheist to be a co-host on this show. No, tooth is subject. Let's see here. Who we have coming up? We have Joel Reads Bible on Monday. We have Justin, the Deconstruction Zone. And then we have Dark Knight on the 1st of September. Let me get the rest of this list here. I can only see a portion of it. Let's see here. We have Dark Knight, September 1st. September 4th, we have Dugald. What's the T? Oh, we can talk about it later. We got Dugald on the 4th. The 8th is Crystal J and maybe Sam. I'm not exactly sure who is doing it. We're going to try to either get Sam or Schley. Sam seemed unsure last I talked to her if she would be able to make it. So we are still working on who's going to host with Crystal J, but she will be hosting a JA Debates coming up soon. And then we have Atheistic Preacher. And then the 15th is open for anybody that would like to sign up. September 18th is Tiny, Smaws, and Hammy are going to be hosting a JA Debates together. September 22nd is a sign-up. Godless Engineer on the 25th. I'm really looking forward to that one. Love Godless Engineer, and he is brilliant in the way he has these discussions. September 29th, also a sign-up. So if anybody is wanting one of these dates, let me know. I think Jaren is taking one. I'm not 100% sure. He said he was very interested, but we'll have to wait and see on that. I would love to have Jaren up here because he not only believes God doesn't exist, he says Jesus doesn't exist, and I think that would be a good person to have up here because they could attack the debates from a little different way than we're used to here on here. Wait, my birthday is the 28th. You're not taking that whole week off my honor. I am sorry. No, I am not. But happy early birthday, Seth. You are a wonderful, wonderful person, and you know I love you. Let's see here. Nobody in the Video Ninja. We don't have any guests right now, guys. Please go ahead and tap them likes. Share out. Whether you are on the TikTok or the YouTube, share it out. Let's try to get some more people in here so we can get some My Discord ID is Joyful Apostate. It is Joyful Apostate there on the deconstruction. Hey Aaron. I don't know what that was for. Fenton Molly. X Flurf. Jaronism. The X Flurf. Was Jaren a flurf at some point? That would be news to me. I didn't know that if that is the case. I'm glad that he got out of that if that is what was going on there. We got Benny Boy coming up to get cooked. Benny Boy.
I think Jaronism is a different person. You just mentioned Jaron earlier. I think they heard Jaronism.
Oh.
And that was the thing. I just wanted to clear that up. How you doing, buddy?
Doing okay.
Good. Sorry I had to end the show early last
Oh, you're fine.
The other day, whenever that was. Dude, I've been so busy. So busy.
People have lives, and we plan these out so far ahead of time, we don't know what might come up in the meantime.
Yeah. But we had good discussions. Honestly, we didn't have a huge crowd, but we had good we had people coming up, guesting up and wanting to talk. And Volcy's, man, I missed Volcy. I want to do more shows with him.
I love Volcy. He has a very good way about him with talking to people.
Yeah, and the way that he explains free will is really interesting too. In knowledge and the future and stuff. The way he was just going about it was something kind of different, a little
Hi Annie.
A little bit fresher. Hey, I was also gonna mention, dude, on your OBS, you should try and use the alt button and cut off the top and bottom parts that are kind of on the border. It just looks weird. But not a big deal. Patriot.
Okay.
Hey, how are you? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. How old are you?
I am 39, about to be 40.
39, about to be 40. Right on. What do you got for us?
Well, my question is I guess the obvious question would be why do, well, in order to point my view out, why do you guys believe that God doesn't exist? Just curious. No agenda, nothing here, just curious.
Well, my mom was just diagnosed with lymphoma, stage 4.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
2 days ago. And I actually just got over stage 2 cancer about a year and a half ago. I was diagnosed.
You got over it. Well, that's great, man. That's awesome. I'm very sorry to hear about your mother. Really.
Yeah, I had to get both testicles removed. I can't have kids now.
That sucks. Do you think about adopting maybe?
No.
No adoption? Well, I hear you there. My mother actually died from emphysema. So I my heart goes out to you, brother. Is your mother still alive?
Oh yeah. She's gonna beat it. She'll fight it. She'll beat it. But my whole point is that shit just happens. And I don't think there's a God behind any of it, because I refuse to tell, or for anybody to tell me that what's happened to me or my family was for a purpose.
Gotcha. Okay. So would you say that the non-belief in God is maybe, something that you believe that some other circumstances should happen if a God truly exists?
Yeah, right. So if a God that could create the universe exists, I would assume that he would have the power to end cancer.
So what you're saying is your understanding of and I'm just trying to understand so I can best answer your guys' questions when you ask me. So you're saying that the existence of God is based on what he should do if he were God, not what he would do. Correct? Or am I misinterpreting that?
Yeah, go on, Joyful.
Yeah, I think that it would be what he would do, giving certain characteristics. If he was all good, it would be a what he would do, because we know what being all good means.
Okay, so, but what methodology do you come to that conclusion to determine that if God were God, it should be on what he would do based off of bad things not happening, right?
Yeah, if I had a button that I could push right now and stop cancer, would I be morally obligated to push that button?
Well, under your understanding and most humans
No,
understand.
what I'm asking you, I'm asking for your opinion.
Mhm.
Would I be obligated morally, like the good thing to do would be to push that button, yes or no?
Well, I mean, obviously it would be yes, but
So if God's all good, he should do the good thing.
But at the same time, that is a very humanistic, carnal point of view, and where I get from that is that most people who do not believe God, and I'll add this to it. I used to be an atheist, like hardcore. Started at 16 years old. Did not believe the Sky Daddy convoy. Came up with every excuse. I can't see him, can't hear him, can't do this. Why has he let bad things happen? All of those questions and all of those things came into my same mind. Okay? And I actually went on a vendetta against God to try to disprove this man, to disprove his very existence.
Okay.
I failed.
See, I had the exact opposite, so who's right?
Well, it doesn't matter, what I think or what you think. At the end of the day, it's what is. I can sit here and say all day long, well, your sources, my sources, this and that, the other, we can have a difference of opinion. But what really matters, what proves truth is through consistency in what is. Now, here's what I discovered if you guys want to listen to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So during this rabbit hole of trying to disprove God existence, and also if you want to look up C.S. Lewis, he did the same thing. And he actually concluded that God existed. But that's, if you guys want to do your own study and reading on that, C.S. Lewis. That's the name.
Yep.
So, not to bring this into a long 4-hour conversation, but just to kind of sum it up. Have you guys ever heard of the Fibonacci sequence and the golden mean? Just to name one instance of a proof.
Maybe explain them because they sound familiar, but I hear about so many different things
So
that are...
Fibonacci was I can't remember if he was an Italian mathematician in the 18th century or 19th century. I can't remember exactly when. So you'll have to look it up to actually find out when. But he actually discovered which he named the Fibonacci sequence, which was the measurement of a conch shell, which is a swirl. Okay. Now, in this, he also noticed that this same sequence was in every single living organism on how it's shaped, how it grows, how it divides, how it multiplies. It's even called sacred geometry. There's even studies on that where there's other types of sacred geometry, which I won't go into that because it can be argumentative on both ways. I'll just stick with the consistent, which is the Fibonacci sequence. And that Fibonacci sequence, even modern day scientists has broken it down, and it's consistent with our own cells, our own division of DNA, how it truly has a pattern of how things actually,
So
grow.
I'm guessing.
Okay, grow. Now, hold on. Listen, let me get this out because this is important. Now, If it was truly random in any kind of nature sense, then there wouldn't be footprints, is what I like to call it. Now, you can call it any other thing, but there wouldn't be basically a consistent code over and over and over and over again, which would imply a designer.
No, absolutely not.
How do you have that methodology of coming up with that conclusion?
Because natural law is going to bring things into sequences in which they
No, it's not.
must
Not in
yes, it will.
patterns. Not in
Patriot?
consistent patterns.
I let you talk for a while. Don't cut me off.
Sure, go ahead.
So within nature, we see these patterns happening because of natural law. Things must be like, let me put it this way. So if there's this law within nature that things have to be so for it to exist, when we look at something, it is going to continue to go with this pattern, just like our DNA. Our DNA, to continue expanding life, we take sequence from my parents and their parents and all of the people before them. It's this sequence of numbers based on how nature works to keep a cyclical thing going. We see it everywhere in nature, and nowhere does that mean that there needs to be a God. It just means that's how things have to be to exist as they are.
Right, but then you're implying that, I hate to say it, but you're implying that magic is real.
You're implying,
No, you are implying magic is real.
You're
You
implying
believe in a sky fairy that breathed everything into existence. That's magic.
So the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, like I was going to say earlier, we've all read Dan Brown, we've all read the Da Vinci Code. All right, it sounds really interesting, and it sounds like really like whoa at the beginning. But if you think about it, the Fibonacci sequence is just literally the element is the two preceding elements added together, right? So it goes 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. You know, and like it keeps going on like that. So 5, 8.
Infinite, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a pattern. So the thing is that patterns happen. You know, like putting a purpose to the pattern now. That's where you're starting to like bring God out of nowhere.
How?
Because there's no like purpose to this pattern, right?
How?
It's just if two things make a third thing, then you know like and then we add to it, Fibonacci sequences are just going to like naturally arise. Different sequences of all types arise. You know, it's not just this Fibonacci sequence, and the golden ratio is not like some sort of like magical like this is so like exact that it's got to be like proof of something. It's just, you know, like with physics and the way they are, that's just a natural pattern that happens. Like it just so happens that your forearm, you know, might be your forearm plus your hand might be 1.167 or whatever to 1. So what? Like that doesn't mean that God is existing.
Well, it means that there is a designer. And
No.
here's why. Here's why. Here's why I say this. So if you're saying that randomness creates patterns, then that's a false, because patterns are consistent, which implies that something consistently makes it move or go into that pattern. It never changes.
Yeah, that
And
would
it's
be
not totally random.
laws of nature.
If it's random, then those patterns are going to be inconsistent. And it's just the same concept
Not true.
of the lottery. No, it is. It's just the same. It's just the
You're
same.
just making
concept
a lot
the
of
lottery.
assertions
Let's
that
do
you
a
have no
thought
real
experiment.
backing for. So,
Let's do a thought experiment real quick.
Sure.
So if I rolled a pair of dice like 100 times, how many times am I going to get double sixes? You know,
I don't know.
there's probably a way to figure that out, right? It's pretty random, though, right?
No,
So
well, but you have to also consider this.
but
Dice are
if we roll
constricted.
dice, say we roll
Dice
dice
only.
20 times and we get something other than double sixes every time, a designer would make sure that it would be double sixes every time. We wouldn't have randomness. A designer is like actually disproven by randomness.
Not
right?
really. Not
Well,
really.
why would a
because-
designer not?
because Michelangelo painted many different paintings.
So, and this is like a Bertrand Russell like example here. What I'm trying to say is that if you roll the dice, 20 times, you're not going to get double sixes each time because of the randomness of everything. And so if you
But you could.
Yeah, you could. And a designer would make that happen if it were by a designer, or a designer would make it never happen, or a designer would make it only just like double ones each time. The
But
fact
see,
that
now-
it's random
but-
leans more towards there's not a designer.
But now you're misunderstanding the concept is that if you have two dice, each dice only has 6 numbers. So you're working in a constraint environment of only certain possibilities.
Yeah, and a
We're
designer
not
would make
talking
sure
about
that
We're not talking about that.
there
We're not
wouldn't
talking
be
about that.
there wouldn't
But
be like probability. There would just
Patriot,
be- yeah.
that is the box you are putting naturalism into, because for your randomness to create patterns, when there's billions and billions and billions of chances to create a pattern, 1 in a billion chances that pattern is probably going to be made, and there's been an infinity of time for that pattern to be made. Just that we see the pattern just means that the probability was met,
Right.
that it would happen eventually. And so when you come and you say this must be a designer, that's not evidence of a designer. It's just like DNA.
Well, hold on.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Theists want to come in and talk about DNA being like has to be a designer. Look at this code that is written in you, but it's clearly not a designer when you actually take a look at DNA. And it's the same thing with all of this. There's clearly no reason to posit a designer other than you want it to be a designer. Therefore, you say it's a designer.
Yeah, if that's the case, then my DNA, which caused my cancer, was on purpose.
No, it's genetic mutation, and there's a scientific study of that, but keep going.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that DNA is like 90% just like unnecessary information. The DNA that we use to create proteins and like polypeptide chains is a bit like a fraction of like what we do.
We use like 8% of our DNA.
Well, hold on. It was understood by, and I forget his scientist name, that the DNA was the building blocks. So you're saying that 80% of it is
RNA
just
was
trash?
the building block. Yeah. So over time, you are going to add to your DNA. So as generations go on and on and on, more DNA is added to this script. Okay? That's why we have retroviruses that coincide with apes, because we evolved from a common ancestor that had this virus, and it's still, you can still find it in our DNA today, in our genome. Because there's a lot of useless shit just from all the past of humanity, of before humanity, that is all related, getting pumped into this DNA. And now I only need 8 to 9% of this DNA. The rest of it is just record, basically, of those who came before me and what came before me.
Right. It's so much just like useless noise. It's just collections of amino acids.
Okay, so using that description, what you're saying, what you're implying, is that basically these molecules that make up the DNA, these proteins of trash proteins, just happen to collectively assembled themselves to produce the building blocks and everything that we know of the human body. They just randomly happened, and they've consistently randomly happened.
Do you know what?
Over how many?
No,
over
no.
billions
See,
of
so it
years?
isn't random. Hold on. It isn't random. Once the set is in place, it's not random. It becomes a natural order of things. Because so two people fuck, they have a child. That the order of repopulating DNA is just part of that order. The way you repopulate your semen and the egg is it spreads DNA to a new being. Okay? So it's not, I don't need a designer for that. It is something that naturally occurs, and we know how exactly it naturally occurs. No creator needed.
Right, and it's not like humans just popped up out of like a glob of amino acids. You know, it took billions of years.
Okay, but where did those amino acids originated from?
They are made up of just regular elements, and that's what abiogenesis is when
I've read abiogenesis,
Right.
and it's still a theory. It's not a fact.
No, do you know what a scientific theory is?
God is a theory.
Well,
He
everything
does-
is.
God is a
every-
hypothesis. It's
but
not even a theory.
I understand.
God is just a claim, actually.
I
Do you know-
understand that a lot of people want to take theory as fact, but if you look at the definition of theory, it's not a fact. It's a collective of thoughts that presume a conclusion.
It's the collection
not-
of evidence.
It's not fact.
It's a
but
collection of evidence. Let's say it
It's a
right. A
collection-
collection
it's a
of
collection-
evidence that
it's a
leads to a
collection-
conclusion.
It's a collection of information that's put into a condensed experiment, hopefully to produce a conclusion.
No, absolutely not. That's not how it works.
Of a preconceived.
You don't know how it
idea.
works, do you?
Yeah, I do.
That's funny. So
wasn't
no,
born- I
the
wasn't
theory
born
the
yesterday.
theory has nothing to do with what they do before the experiment. That's the hypothesis. The theory is the evidence bore out by people doing experiments, and it is written down because it's evidence. It's the same way we find truth in any way. There is mounds of evidence for abiogenesis. Like, there is no doubt in the scientific community that abiogenesis happened. In fact, it's still happening today. We find amino acids on meteorites out in space. Abiogenesis is happening in real
Yeah.
time.
And just like philosophically, like thinking, like just probabilistically, like we performed the experiment to create amino acids out of just like the early atmosphere of the Earth. All that was needed is just like a meteor hitting or like some sort of like higher energy like introduced. So like
See,
maybe
now
a
you're,
volcano.
now you're saying, but see where I have a hard time with this, and this is also through my own studies, is you go back to the whole meteorite, we came from stars, theory that some people want to say, and you're saying basically life formed from rocks.
From
If you-
What
matter.
elements are.
If you really look at it, and then also
You know that we are just have you ever seen a periodic table?
yeah.
That's all we're made out of. It's what everything you can see or ever heard of is made out of those.
Everything
elements.
is made out of all the
But
same
where-
elements.
Some of them
what
are rocks.
made them?
Some of them are metals.
But
Some of
what
them are
makes
gas.
them?
They've
what
always
makes them?
existed.
They didn't always exist.
Oh yeah,
It
in a
started
different
off
form.
it started off as like helium and hydrogen, but then with nuclear, like decay.
Okay,
that's
so
how we
all right.
envision
Well, let me
fusion.
ask you this. Let me ask you this then. So you're saying that everything existed because it existed. It never had a starting point, never had an ending
Yeah.
point. It was just there.
Time, space, and matter is an eternal thing.
Is
I
an
would-
eternal thing.
I would say that's
So-
a simpler answer than creating this mind that apparently wants us to have slaves and sacrifice animals to it.
Well, see, now you're going back to personal things, and I'm trying to keep the personal feelings out of
Well,
it.
I'm
I'm
just
talking
well,
about.
I'm just
I'm
saying the
talking
Christian
about-
God.
I'm
Okay,
talking about. as if you want to look at this soup of existence, what you guys are saying is that there never was a starting point or an end point. There
Yep.
always was.
Oh yeah, and there will always be time, space,
Okay,
and matter.
so
It's just going to be in a different form.
so let me ask you this: what methodology did you come to when you made that conclusion that there never was a starting point or ending point, that it just all just was?
Well, we could make that through logical deduction, and we can also make it through by
How?
reading on scientific hypotheses and what has the most evidence pointing towards it. I would
Mm-hmm.
say
There
that
was
the most
just
evidence,
there
the
was
most
just an abiogenesis like study that was just done recently.
I've read Abiogenesis. They did a controlled experiment and added gases to make
thousand
this chromosome. Yeah,
a lot
I've read
a
it.
lot of times. Yep. This is
So,
something
but
that's been replicated several times.
but
The
what you're
Miller-Urey
saying,
project.
what you're saying, but guys, listen to this for
And
a
in
second.
fact,
What
and
you're
hold
saying,
on. They
okay,
not only did they make um, amino acids, they took those amino acids in some experiments and created self-replicating molecules that mutate. And the only difference between a cell and these molecules, which they're working on now, is they haven't mutated enough to have a what's the word I'm looking for? A there's a word, Benny, and it's slipping my mind.
Mitosis? Some,
Um
it might, I don't know.
no, metabolism. A metabolism. The
Metabolize.
only
Okay.
thing it's lacking is a metabolism, and they think that it's eventually going to mutate to having one. So they've literally taken them and have self-replicating molecules, things that change their form, mutate, and do all of these crazy things. And all that it takes is one of those to mutate to having a metabolism.
which they created the conditions for that to happen.
No, they created it based on what we know about the Earth's
Read
past.
the experiment again. Read
Yeah,
the
they
experiment again.
recreated the Earth's atmosphere a
No,
billion or whatever years ago. Yes, that's exactly
okay.
what they did.
That's where the problem lies, because now you're saying that these guys knew what
Yep.
the Earth's atmosphere was
Yep.
before life even began. How could you
Yeah,
ever possibly
they
know?
use equations and things to figure that out
Well,
Equ-
we can
from
see
from
what
entropy.
yeah, and we could see like what planet would have, like as far as like what their atmosphere would be made out of by looking at other planets, the color of those planets. You could do like spectroscopy,
Yeah,
which can
I'm very
which
aware of
okay.
all of that stuff, but it still begs the question of, okay, you have that there. How do we know, or how can we definitively know that it's the same concept here? Because you still have to add in all the variables to make that conclusion. And those variables would be time, distance, mass, heat, all that other stuff that you want to that's in that cesspool of chemical
Well,
soup
we're
that
very
they talk about.
lucky because we happen to be organic living beings, right? So
Yeah.
we're already a product of this. So we are able to kind of like backtrack it and recreate it. And like this is like
And,
pretty much like biology 101, like one of the first things they
Right.
go over in biology.
and this is something else I would posit, and I know that this can be taken the wrong way, but like you keep wanting to point to these theories and how these things aren't proven and they're purposely making these. I think that it's very telling that science started off with mostly Christian influence and now is mostly not Christian influence because the evidence led them away from the God. It's quite telling.
Well, what I would also say to that is many scientists that say that God doesn't exist, there's also scientists that have came to the conclusion that there must be a designer. Now, they won't call it God, but they'll call it an intelligent designer.
Okay, and that's fine.
Sure.
So what I'm getting at is this information that's out there, about, proof to saying that there isn't a God. You have to look at where the information is coming from on both sides, not only from scientists that say that there is, but also scientists that say that there is not.
Well,
And
yeah, I do.
you have to
I do.
weigh
You
that
don't.
information. You have to weigh that information, and then you also have to go through a methodology of okay, these sources are coming from where, and are they credible based off of other people that are from credible sources. And I'm not saying what you guys are saying is not credible. I'm not saying any of that at all. But what I'm saying is the methodology behind it. If you look at it under a microscope, and they've done this, they have traced back a molecule all to a single quark. And when they found that it was pure energy, almost 90% empty space, and it was pure energy, they couldn't figure out how that little molecule has the ability to form what we can see, hear, and touch today. Now,
it was not just one little molecule. You're oversimplifying it to try to prove your point, but that's besides the point.
No, I'm not oversimplifying.
Yes, you are.
I am stating fact.
Okay.
Stating
no, you're not.
fact.
No, it was not just one single little molecule that turned into everything we know. That's simply just lying about the actual facts of what we know in science. But besides that,
what make up photons, or not photons, protons and neutrons.
It wasn't just But anyway, so your God in general, you say that all this science led you to believing in your God. You're a Christian. So can you explain to me why it would lead you to Christianity that there needs to be a creator? Because Genesis 1 and 2 contradict each other, for one, and for two, Genesis 1 clearly gets science wrong. Things we know cannot be true are said in Genesis 1. So I don't know how this scientific epiphany brings you to Christianity when right out the gate in the book it is contradictory and it gets science wrong. And all throughout the Old Testament it gets science wrong. It says striped animals are made by having them fuck in front of branches with designs on them. It says that the light and night were created before the sun and the moon. There was no sun, but there was a cyclical night and day according to God on day 1, but it wasn't until day 4 that he created a sun. So that's not true. It says that plants existed on Earth before the sun, which we know is impossible through science. There are so many problems scientifically with things we absolutely know is fact with the creation. So now you're going to have to explain, even if we give you everything else we just talked about. All right, now we're at a deist God. Now bring us to your God, because your God makes no sense scientifically at all, but somehow science brought you to him.
Right. And to a deist God, I'm agnostic to. That's why I consider myself an agnostic atheist, because we could be just Sims in a program, and a God or higher being could just be this programmer. Yeah, sure. But with what I've seen, there's no need for that explanation.
Okay, so let me ask you this: when was the last time you actually read Genesis 1 and 2?
Pretty much every time I'm live.
Yeah, just like the other day.
Okay. So you're saying that? Are you saying Genesis chapter 1 and 2 contradict each other, or are you talking about the first?
Chapter 1 and 2 verses contradict each other, and then on top of that, they both contradict science.
How so?
All right. So it says that there was light and darkness in a cyclical sense before the sun was created. And scientifically, we know that is just absolutely absurd. Secondly, it says that plants were created and on the earth before and living before the sun was created, the day before the sun was created, which we know is impossible because they could not survive. They would not be able to ever survive if there was no sun. So we know that as a fact scientifically. So it gets things wrong right out the gate.
I would have to disagree with you.
Okay, so you think that plants can survive without the sun?
Well, if you'll reread Genesis, like open up Genesis and read chapter 1 through 4.
Yeah.
Like chapter 1
Yeah, I
verse
don't
1
give a
through
shit
4.
about that. What I'm talking about, God says he created the earth in 6 days in the first chapter. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, it's correct.
Should I read
Okay.
it in the Hebrew? Do you want me to read it in like the Hebrew, or do you want me to read it just out of my New Oxford?
Well,
Anderson?
I'm trying to understand his argument when he said
Okay,
that God created plants and animals before the sun, and I'm
said
sitting here
plants.
looking at it and I don't see that.
Okay. So then I'll read that part to you since you obviously can't read. All right. So it says,
I'm looking at it now. Would
let
you
the-
like me to read it to you?
Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and their trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kind. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and then there was morning. That was the third day. So on the third day, he created vegetation. Then God said, let there be light in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as a sign, mark, sacred times, and days and years, and let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth. And it was so. God made 2 great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. What is the greater light to govern the day?
Let me read you something real quick.
What is the greater light? No, we're going to answer my questions. What is the greater light that governs the day?
The sun.
Okay, was that created on the 3rd day or the 4th day?
It was actually created on the 1st. Do you want me to read it to you?
No, absolutely not. No, light was created on the 1st. God said, "Let there be light." There was no sun. Either that or he's an idiot and said he created it on the...
Read it again. Read it again. If
Okay.
I let you read yours, you read yours. Indulge
Hold
me.
on.
Let me read mine.
God made 2 great lights. This
Hold
is
on.
the 4th
Can I
day.
read-
No, shut the fuck up. God made 2 great lights. I don't
See,
care
this
about
is
your
how-
apologetic.
see,
I do
viewers-
not care
see,
about your
viewers-
apologetics. I don't care about your
See,
apologetics. We're reading the Bible. We're going to read the Bible and the Bible solely. I'm not going to go to your apologetic website or anything like that. We are going to talk about your actual Bible. Okay? It says that on the 4th day he created the sun. Is it true that he created the sun on the 4th day, or is that a lie in the first chapter of your book?
That is your misinterpretation.
No, that's what it says. It's okay.
No.
So we'll read it. We'll read it again. We'll read it again for you, so everybody can hear you lie. It says, "And God said, let there be light in the vault of the sky, and separate the day from the night, and let them serve as a sign, mark sacred times, days, and years, and let them light in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made 2 great lights, the great light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw it was good, and that was the 4th day. So did God do that on the 4th day or the 1st day? It's crazy how people just lie. Like, get up here and just lie with their full chest.
Actually,
Was that the 4th day or the 1st day?
well, first quit muting me so I can answer.
I
you.
will mute you if you're talking when I'm trying to read your Bible to you. So, was it the 4th day he created the sun, or the 1st day?
It was still the 1st day if you'll let me read it to you.
Okay,
And
you
I can
read
prove
it
it to you.
You read it to me.
Okay. This is King James Version, chapter 1 of the creation.
Yeah, you need to read verses.
And it says,
14, verse 14.
and it says, hold on, and it says,
verse 14. You're
verse
gonna read
3.
verse 14. No, you're gonna read verse 14.
3.
Okay, I will unmute you when you're gonna read verse 14, because that's what we're talking about. It says he created them on the 4th day. That's what it says in verse 14. That is what we are talking about. He created light in verse 3. And he separated the light from the darkness on day 1. So either there's a contradiction in the very first chapter of your book, he did the same thing on day 1 and day 4, or you are absolutely just making up shit. So you can decide. Are you going to read 14 and explain to me how this isn't the 4th day? Or are you going to say the Bible contradicts itself in the first 14 verses?
See, this is the problem. I'm trying to prove you wrong, and you want me to read.
You cannot prove me wrong.
Can I read? Can you just indulge
Just
me and
do
let
it.
me read this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just go ahead, read it.
Okay. So this is verse 4 of chapter 1. It says, and God said, let there be light.
Mm-hmm.
And there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. I'm going to keep reading. And God divided the light from darkness.
Mm-hmm.
And God called the light day.
Mm-hmm.
And the darkness he called night.
Mm-hmm.
And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Mm-hmm.
The second day. Here's the second.
No, we're not talking about the second day. We're going to go to the 4th day.
Okay, let's go to 14. Let's go to 14.
Yep.
Let's humor you. And the 4th day was when the 4th day, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Okay, now that's verse 14. Now, here's where the misinterpretation is. Okay, let me explain. The light is day, the night is darkness. So light was made before day. Okay, now then you have the purpose of the day and the night. And what is that? That is the sun, the moon, the stars, the firmament, and the heaven. So it is a misunderstanding of Scripture.
On the 4th
which
fucking
is
day, he made
amongst
no.
all.
You're getting muted again. Is it the 4th day when it says he created the sun? Yes or no? Because I am so sick of your dishonest ass. Is it the 4th day or is it not when it says verbatim that he created the sun?
Still, bro, you're misinterpreting Scripture.
Yep. No, and you're a liar.
I was enjoying it.
No, he was pissing me off. That's not disrespectful to be pissed off when people waste your time just to lie to you.
He was just like making shit up, though. Yeah.
He was just making shit up.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going, Stone? What is your age, and are you a Christian or a theist?
I am 27 and I believe in the Creator.
Okay, what creator do you believe in?
So Revelation 22, verse 13 says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end.
Yep. Okay. So you believe in Jesus, you're a Christian. You just didn't want to say it.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, why do you believe in the Christian God?
There's historical records, evidence to back up.
Such as, I would like.
Well, I mean, there were, there were actually more historical records than, let's say, Pontius Pilate or Plato's.
What?
Like no, what you're talking about is copies of
Like primary sources?
gospels. You don't have primary sources for any of those people. We do for the other people. Do you know what a primary source is?
I do.
Yeah, so you don't have any primary sources, but we do have primary sources for the other people, so that's kind of disingenuous to say.
Oh, okay. What do you define as a
writing.
primary
We
source?
actually have Plato's writing. You know that, right? Like,
What do you define as a primary source?
Okay, so it'd either be a writing that we can verify as being from them, or even a first-hand witness I would call a primary source. Or something in archaeology that can point us in the direction that gives credence to the claims.
Okay. How about Matthew, Mark, and Luke?
Yeah, those are anonymously written.
You know
we have
that-
no verification of who has written those.
Yeah.
It was not
Do you know who
attributed to them.
Matthew is?
Yeah, it was attributed to a disciple called Matthew, but it wasn't written by Matthew, and that is conceded by even Christian scholars.
I think it was Irenaeus in like the 3rd or 4th century gave those names to.
Yeah, it was like 300 or 400 BC or AD before they BC. I can't do it. DE. There we go. Before
so
they were
Matthew
ever
was
given
a
those
tax
names.
collector.
Yeah, but he didn't write the book,
So
it
Matthew
doesn't
was
matter.
a tax collector.
Yeah, but he didn't write
So
the
Matthew
book, so it
was a
doesn't matter.
tax collector.
But he didn't
Spider-Man-
write the book.
Well,
Peter Parker was Spider-Man.
So you have no even record that he was a tax collector other than the Bible. So you're going to have to show me some evidence of him being a tax collector outside of the Bible, rather than just saying the Bible's true because the Bible says it's true, and it historically confirms itself. So you're going to have to give me a reference outside of the Bible that says he was a tax collector. Go.
Peter Parker was a photographer for the Daily Planet. Did you know that?
What historian
The
says
Last
that?
Supper by Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, that's
This is a painting of the Passover.
Yeah, that came from the
You know that
Bible,
painting-
dipshit.
Do you know when that was painted?
He
think
has to be trolling. This guy has to be trolling.
What?
There is no way that was serious.
Leonardo
No
da
way
Vinci-
in hell that was serious. That had to have been a troll.
Yo.
What's up?
How's it going, Rendo?
Nah, I ain't gonna sit there and say I believe in God, and I ain't gonna sit there and say I believe in science, because I'm 1 foot in and 1 foot out. But I got some questions for y'all. Let's see what y'all do to make me change my beliefs. I want to know, like, so since y'all say science do everything, what's with oxygen? Like, don't fire need oxygen to stay lit?
Yep.
So if they said out of space there's no oxygen, no gravity, how is that sun still lit?
It depends on the source of the fire. Like the fuel does not.
What you mean? There's no oxygen to keep it
Oxygen
lit.
is the fuel for that type of fire, but you can also use like nitrogen. You can use different types of fuel for fire. You can have oxygen-free fuel like fire. Hydrogen, helium. Stars
And
are
that's
able to
without
burn.
though. So you think we landed on the moon? You think we went out of space?
Yes, definitely.
You're not serious,
what
right?
what
Are you
was that?
serious
Apollo
right now?
17? That don't even look real. Apollo 11, that's what it was. When Neil
Are you talking
Armstrong
about
landed on the moon.
You can see the strings.
What strings? Why ain't nobody show us the map yet? Why we ain't see the map?
What are you talking about?
You can literally experiment by going, like, there are literally reflectors on the moon, and you can go online and figure out how to do an experiment to
Why we
find the
can't- so why did
reflectors that
NASA
were
buy all
put
of
on
the-
the moon by people.
Yeah, you can literally see the reflectors they put there.
Right, and they said the American flag been on the moon so long that it turned white. Who took that picture if we can't go back to the moon?
What? You know that
They said we couldn't
We
go back
do
to the
go-
moon.
know
We've
that
been back to the moon.
India was just on the moon like last
India?
year.
What you mean? They said we couldn't go back to the moon.
Nobody ever said that.
China goes to the moon all the time. India goes to the moon The U.S. hasn't gone to the moon.
So why it ain't no videos of them going to the sky to the moon? Why we don't see no rockets ever going past?
My guy, look it up, Google it.
I did. I don't see no videos. Show me. Tell me a video. I'll look it up. Tell me the video.
America alone has been on the moon 6 different times between 1969 and 1972.
So where was 2025, 2012? Where the 2000s at?
Here, like, there's
where the 2000s at of the moon landing? Okay. You talking about?
I have pictures right here of like India's craft. Sorry, it's not showing because of the background. August 23rd, 2023.
India? So yeah, where's America landing at? Because America greater than India, right?
Okay, dude.
We went there a lot longer before that.
What purpose is there to spend that much money to get?
I'm just saying, your science. They say the core of the Earth is almost as hot as
Are you going to pay for that?
The deeper you go in the ocean, it gets colder.
Are you going to pay for that? I ain't paying for that.
What you mean? NASA is funded by the government. They don't
need to pay for the government.
We pay for the government. Our tax
money. They make $2 billion a year, right? Don't they make over $2 billion every year?
I'm sure they make more than that.
You think there's like a bunch of gold on the moon or something? There ain't nothing up there.
The gold? What you mean? Neil Armstrong said this is a great step for man, the biggest step for mankind. What you mean?
Do you believe in the flat Earth?
Are you a flat earther? Yeah.
I mean, how else? You still ain't telling me no videos of us.
Right.
Tell me the videos. I'll look them up. Tell me the videos where you see the ship flying out of space and it goes straight. It never turns, tilt, side, none of that.
Rendo, do you believe that the Earth is flat or a sphere?
It's stationary. I believe it's stationary. Don't nothing move. The sun, light only travels straight.
I'd rather have no guests than the last 2 guests. The last 2 guests were just absolutely like I just can't do it. Like I literally want to like say mean things and I shouldn't. I try not to.
Hey Cedar's the
He was hitting us all with facts.
Hi. I'm just in the comments. I find that like many of these people's points can just be shut down immediately by simply asking, define the big words that you're using. Like, can you define these entry college, like freshman year words? And they can't. They never can. They can never give a direct definition. Anyway, hi. That's all I came up here to do.
Hi.
Hi, Cedar. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Yes.
You have a good day.
Bye. Shark's in the chat. Shark will come up and cook us.
Shark will cook us. He will come up here and say a bunch of nonsense and then say he won it in the comments. That's what he does.
No, Shark's all right though. I like Shark.
No, I like him, but he does just say a bunch of nonsense and then say he won. He's about like talking to P. Mars.
He's better than P. Mars. Do not say that Shark is even like P. Mars is not even in the orbit of Shark.
What's up, brothers? I hope you guys are having a miraculous day.
We're doing all right. How you doing?
Nice. Yeah, I just heard my name. Figured I'd come up. If you guys want to chat, we can. No worries either way.
Benny, this is all you, baby.
I don't really know. Like we've talked before, and like really, Shark's argument like for God is one that like I'm okay with. Like I don't really see like something against that. As long as it's not the Christian God.
I do believe that Jesus Christ is the incarnate Word of God.
See, that is where you lose me then.
That's fair. If we all agreed on the same thing, we wouldn't really have anything to talk about. We would just be in eternal communion, right? So I think it's good we have a different interpretation. What led me to be on the same team as Darth Dawkins, unfortunately, is being analytically consistent, and through a consistent breakdown of my language system, and an ethical comparison between Jesus Christ and every other human being character model. Jesus Christ is the standard of human perfection as far as I can see. I think that when we're analyzing the distinction between what the Father could do in comparison to the Son, we ought to strive to be like the Son to be with perfect union and connection, and we value each other's individual experience. So like when the Christians say that they don't value your subjective experience, I think that you could ask them how they comprehend the Trinity, because the Trinity necessitates relative identity.
And right, like, sure, I get all that, but what I tend to think of like Jesus's like belief of eternal punishment kind of like morally, I guess, and I'm not gonna say, by my own subjective morals, just shitty.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't believe that hell is like fire and brimstone. I believe in purgatory or toll houses, just depending on the model that you want to use. And then I hold that if hell exists, so I'm a universalist and I pair that with annihilationism. And so if hell exists, it's going to just be the final choice that you make to be unaware, right? Because if spending time with God is awareness, then the furthest thing from him is lack of awareness. But I think that beforehand, we're all going to go to what's explained as hell, but that's like purgatory, and that's us becoming aware of all of the pain and harm that we caused intentionally and unintentionally.
But see, like there's another thing, that this like inherent like guilt that humans apparently have, that we should feel like we've caused some sort of harm inherently, like the original sin. That also just doesn't make any sense to me.
I wouldn't hold that we're born sinners. I would hold that we're born in a world of sin, like full of temptations with the ability to sin. So I don't hold that newborns, or when my son or daughter was born, I don't say that they're born as sinners. They are born into a world of sin, and because of the broken world will likely give in to the temptations of sin, because within the universe that's what it means to be human.
So do you believe that the Bible is true?
Well, I don't know what you mean by true there. I hold that what the Bible ought to be used for is an honest interpretation through the relative identities of those who wrote the books. And then the metric that we would be using is honest discernment, trying to figure out if it's a parable, a poem, if we believe that the word is good, if our interpretation is something bad, then the question would become, why is your interpretation bad? Could this ever be good? If an interpretation can never be good, I think that's an argument for moral realism. So, yeah, I value your word. Like, I'm a literalist when I say God is our word. I mean that literally.
Right.
It's our word.
So, like, would you say that somebody writing like J.R.R. Tolkien writing the Lord of the Rings, would that like holds the same sort of like impact?
Not same, because I think that the intentionality would be different. So like, let's say that an individual wanted to watch Lord of the Rings or Finding Nemo or whatever, and then turn that into a conceptual analysis in which we understand reality. Yeah, I think that that would be a great breakdown. But then when we analyze that the Bible could be a historical book, some say yes, some say no, we analyze what it means to believe history or historical claims. When somebody makes a moral claim, if you read a verse and you interpret it as X, and I read a verse and I interpret it as Y, hopefully we have the ability to like reason with each other. Hopefully we're saying words we believe are good and honest. If we're at a crossroads or we don't understand the etymology, then we can look into like the church history. But it's all about talking, like communicate, understanding each other.
Right. And
yeah,
I understand what you mean there. You have a very good way of communicating. I'll give that to you.
That's my goal. My goal throughout this entire time is learning how to communicate, because I used to not devalue my word all the time. I used to say what I don't mean and mean what I don't say, just because it's fun to get a reaction out of people or whatever. But since sincerely trying to honor my word, everything's changed. And I think that when we're more considerate about our word, if we're literalists about our word, if we value other people's word, life literally changes. Because what's happening, especially in the political sphere, they're devaluing their word. They're just trying to control us. They're just taking our money.
I mean, I would agree there too.
The literal system is in an attempt to divide us in left versus right. But I don't think we're divided. I think we're relationally distinct.
I'm just trying to think of like something weird that is like said or in the Bible that could not be interpreted in any sort of like moral way, but it's just like bizarre. Like the description of angels in Ezekiel.
Yeah, the truth could be bizarre. I think the fact that something exists rather than not exist is bizarre. And we could talk about bizarre things. I think we should talk about bizarre things.
Well, like, I mean, what do you think of like, is it Ezekiel or is it Elijah? I think it's Ezekiel that describes, you know, angels as wheels within wheels.
I think that we could view
And
that literally. I think we could view it literally and then figure out our conceptual analysis of what that would mean. I think we could view it symbolically and break down what our conceptual analysis of that would be. And now, just from those two alone, we have two distinct mental models about what could be interpreted from that. And then the future, if our word is honest and good, like if we interpret it and we write down something bad, then now you've documented something that you, as an objective agent, believe is bad. And my question to you or anybody else would be, why are you documenting bad things without a good word? Like if something bad is happening, that's great. But shouldn't a good word be a part of that equation to replace the bad word or cure the bad word or help the good word?
So by eternally like redacting and correcting, we will reach some sort of what, like nirvana?
I don't know what redacting means. I don't think it's about redacting. I think it's about a modern or progressive interpretation of the scripture.
See, like when I think of Ezekiel's like description of angels, I just imagine that he probably ate some like weird fungus.
Maybe he did.
And was like describing what he saw.
But think of that, right? Like let's say it is just a trip, right? What we would know from that experience is our brain is capable of conceptualizing these things, right? Kind of like someone with schizophrenia. If somebody is telling you that they're seeing dragons and you trust their word, you would be a bad friend to tell them you're not seeing dragons. You would say, what do you mean by that? What are you experiencing? What are you going through right now? You would believe them.
I would believe them in a sense of that they are seeing dragons, but I would have to like let them know that I am not seeing the dragons.
Yeah, that would be. I think that's the important thing, that your perception is real and their perception is real.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And yeah, I respect that. Like as long as you're not hurting, like physically hurting somebody else, you know.
Even
like,
with our words, though, our words can immaterial cause harm.
That's true. I mean, like as long as you're not like yucking anybody else's yum, you know. And,
my goal.
Create,
yeah, man. I try to lean universalist. I try to be an interdenominationalist. I try not being pedantic. I try to hold the moral standard or ceiling to myself rather than other people. I recognize I'm always going to fall short. I try to apologize. Like if in the past I did anything wrong to you guys, I apologize sincerely.
I don't think, not to me, no.
Well,
No, you've always been pretty legit, man. And honestly, I wish more Christians were like you and would actually. Why don't you just like start a ministry and do your own thing, like you know?
Well, my ministry would just be teaching people to value their word and to like listen more and really try to get to a position of understanding. That's really all I tell people.
Yeah.
And like it's like, do you believe your word?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Shark, I appreciate you. This is actually a refreshing. All of our guests, well, we had two crazies, but all of our guests have been wonderful, and you too, Shark, and you are welcome back anytime. I do have somebody in
no worries,
the Video
brother.
Ninja, so I'm going to move on.
Yeah,
but,
no worries, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Peace out. See you around. I always forget to follow him. Yeah, Shark's cool. Shark's all right.
Woke
and stuff?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you said you had some response.
I was listening. Yeah, I was listening to Shark. I'm shocked that he is such a nice guy and such a fan of Richard Dawkins. It's truly amazing. I just want to say that I'm not a Dawkins fan, but you know, what I do in these conversations is I basically just say, yes, okay to all the motion arguments, the tag, kalam, and everything else. And I just point everybody that I can straight back to Yahweh. Okay? And when people want to pull out the flowery language and the philosophical stuff, and they want to play taco with me, right? They want to be like Taco. I try and steer them back here. I've been appearing on panels lately. I've been deconstructed for like 2 full years. Spent 40 years in the faith. I've been hanging around Justin's Discord. How it is, they want to run laps. And I've had a couple really bad crash outs so far over Leviticus 11:5 because I just don't accept people's arguments, and they get really pissed. You know what I mean?
They always do.
But anyway, I want to end up, so I'm paneling and I'm kind of gravitating toward doing this, and this is just me introducing myself. I'm glad that both of you are here and on the panel, and hi both to you. Hi Benny, how you doing?
Hey. Woke, I was gonna say, if you start posting on...
I can't hear Benny.
He can't hear you.
Tell him that if he's to get a hold of me if he starts posting on YouTube.
Get a hold of Benny if you start posting on YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. I'll send him an FR. I sent you one too.
Right on,
all right,
Woke.
Man, thanks for having me.
I'll see you around. Have a good day.
All right, bye.
Woke and Stoke there, guys. He is a friendly. If you see him around on panels and stuff, make sure to throw him a follow.
Yeah, he's usually over on
that my
YouTube.
boyfriend. I mean,
I'm taken already.
Sort of.
But we could
he's already taken. We can't be a thruple.
We could be a quadruple. Woke and Stoke has been going on Breakfast Tacos debate page on YouTube, which it's been building up, and yeah, I'm all for it. Decon Junction, more than happy to help build and platform.
Guys, we got to 20K in the first hour. It's been another hour. We only got 6 more K. If we could, please keep tapping them likes, share out the live. Let's keep this going. This is the new channel.
No.
Courier, did you not hear me talking? Don't interrupt me.
The state of Israel.
I am going... Listen, if you unmute one more time, I'm just going to get rid of you.
Can you answer the question, please?
No, the answer's no.
Let me finish what I am saying, and then you can talk. If you really want to talk, you will wait a
I
second.
already answered his question. I don't know what else we have to do here.
Guys, this is the new channel. This is the new show. We are trying to get pushed out there. Please do all you can. Chat, interact with the live. Same on YouTube, guys. Please interact with the live if you're not subscribed or following me. Make sure you're doing that. Like the live, share them out on both. And also, this coming up Monday, we have Joel Reed's Bible, and then the next week we have, or the next Thursday we have Justin the Deconstruction Zone. Going to be a great week next week. Please come join us, and we're going to have a lot of fun those days. Other than that, I think Joel just went live and our numbers plummeted again, but that's fine. We're building. Please support the channel. Courier,
can we
I
get
do
your
not
age?
support the current state of Israel.
Can we get your
Apparently,
age?
he's like 5 years old.
Yeah, what the hell? Courier,
Oh,
What
sorry, I
about your-
fell asleep, guys. What happened?
how old are you?
Yeah, I don't give a
I'm
shit.
18.
So I do not. How old are you? Yeah. Okay. I do
I'm
not
18.
support the current state of Israel. No.
You don't?
That's
No.
fine.
So are you guys Jews?
No.
Because
No.
you kind of look like them. I'm not gonna lie.
No.
Are you
Especially the guy on the left.
So are you
look like a Jew
anti-Semitic?
a lot. Well, especially with like, yeah, I am anti-Semitic. You got a big nose, dude.
So what are you, like a griper?
No, I'm not a griper. I'm not a larper. You know, I don't. So, I don't
You're
like
just-
what Hitler did because Hitler tried to replace Christianity with his own religion.
So what's your big guff with the Jewish folk?
Well, I'm gonna be real. I don't have a problem with the Jewish people. I just don't like Zionism, you know, and like the state
So
of
why
Israel.
are you attributing all Jewish people to Zionism? Because that's
Well,
where the
they might as well be the
anti-Semitism
same
comes
thing because they all hate, you know, every other person.
from. That's a false statement right there.
It's not a false
I have-
statement. In the Talmud,
I know a
in the
lot
Talmud,
of Jewish
it states
people.
that if a Jew
The Talmud
rapes a
says a lot of
non-Gentile,
things.
the non-Gentile is to be put to death.
Do you know
That
the
is pure
Talmud?
hate for
You know the
Gentile.
Talmud says a lot of things. It's
Yeah,
like
and it's heinous.
tons of books.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
again,
so does
not
the
every-
Bible, and you.
Not
Yeah,
every
the
Jewish
Bible does
person
too,
follows
though.
the Talmud to the T.
Yeah, but the Bible doesn't command you to rape Gentiles.
no, it
Oh,
just
yeah, it
commands you to unalive your child.
When? Where does the Bible say to command you to rape Gentiles? That isn't.
Great.
Deuteronomy
That is a direct command
21:10.
from God.
It says
not
when you go
to
into foreign
everyone
lands.
else, but to
Yes.
the Jews
Yeah.
in the Old Testament.
No. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It does
if your
matter.
God
It
of the
does
Bible
matter.
commanded something,
It
if
definitely
your
does
God
matter.
commanded rape, he commanded rape. It doesn't matter if it was to you. It doesn't matter if it was the fucking Indians. It doesn't matter if it was to a fucking dog.
Where does it say
he
it?
told them
Where
to
does it
rape
say it?
people.
Where does it say it?
Deuteronomy 21:10 through 14.
Also, 1 Samuel 15:3.
You saying
And
it,
also
Samuel?
Numbers 31. It's
Oh yeah, Numbers 31:17. That's a good one.
Where can you guys count? Can you guys count to 10?
Bro,
Can you guys count to
What?
10? Like
are you
numbers?
like so? Are you an incel too? Like,
What does it matter? How does that correlate?
are
with
you
what the
involuntarily
topic is?
celibate? Because that would make a lot of sense.
Huh?
Because just listen to yourself.
I think
mean,
he
look
came
at
up here to
yourself,
talk
bro.
to you
You
because
look
he
in
has a
the
crush
mirror,
on
like
you.
the past
Benny.
day or something, bro. Look, both of you are fat retards. You got nothing better to do with their lives but sit on TikTok.
Okay,
bro.
so you're dropping
You
slurs.
should not be talking.
I mean,
Hey, does
at
your
least-
wife's boyfriend know
Like-
about these lives?
See? This is my wife's boyfriend.
What's
no,
what's
her
your
girlfriend
game
does,
here?
though.
What's your aim? What's your game? What
Wait,
what
the
are
guy
you
on the left
trying-
has a girlfriend.
What is your
How?
purpose of coming
What's
up?
my purpose?
No, I have a wife.
My purpose.
I have a wife, and my wife has a girlfriend.
I don't know. It's just like, you know, you guys look like Jews. So
What does that mean?
I mean,
like,
why?
why?
That's kind of disgusting. You know?
What
why are
does
you
it
against
do?
Zionism?
I mean,
Why are
it's
you
not hard
against Jewish people.
Like,
What a freaking edge lord.
We've had so many good guests, and then you.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
I know that he was not a real Christian, but he was a real Christian.
Dude,
and this
like
is what
crawl
they do.
back
They're
to the fucking
disgusting
4chan
people.
hell you came from.
Kyler James says, "Bring me up. I have a little time." What is your age, and are you a Christian or a theist?
32 and Christian.
What is
your... I actually just want to piggyback off that last conversation, if that's cool.
You're not gonna like call all Jewish people Zionists, are you?
No, all Jewish people don't subscribe to Zionism. I mean, the evidence is the streets of Israel itself right now. It's actually flooded with a protest against Netanyahu. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
So I don't agree that. I think we need to separate it, because if we don't separate it because of mentality and actions and thoughts, then yeah, it is, like you said, just racism. It's based off of where people are actually from. And to be honest, I mean, first of all of early Christianity came out of that area, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, so we can find some common ground there. It's about thoughts and actions. I love to speak on the Talmud. It's something I've been studying for a little bit. If you guys had any lingering questions, thoughts, we talked about rape a little. So we can say rape on live without getting banned.
Say grape. It's just
grape. Sorry,
it's safe. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
I honestly have not read too much of the Talmud. I've read the Tanakh. I've read the Nevi'im. You know, the Old Testament, or as they will, the Hebrew Bible. The Talmud is a bunch of rabbis arguing with each other, so it's a little bit less interesting to me.
Well, of course, the Talmud also includes Mishnah at end of most of those debates, but not all. And the Mishnah would be the conclusion of those debates. Now, it is a ton to study. It's like 60-something books, like you said. That's why I personally put it into an AI that anyone can tap into at my link. And you can ask it your questions, and that's where I've learned a lot from it.
So, like, a Mishnah is like a fan fiction, right? Like,
also, I don't understand.
It's like the New Testament is like a form of Mishnah.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm thinking of Midrash. I'm thinking of Midrash. Sorry, not Mishnah.
Oh, I'm like, okay, Mishnah, and the fact that, yeah, it's the final word. It's like the final say.
Never mind. Not the Mishnah is completely different. Sorry, that's my bad. No, I'm
blanking on Midrash. But anyways, so that's fantastic. But we were talking about, I'll just say non-consensual activity. That's normally what I say on my streams. I would disagree, actually, after studying the Talmud, that it allows for that. It does not allow for non-consensual activity. But here's my take on it, because you'll go to my channel, or someone will, and you'll be like, oh, but you said this. No, it doesn't allow for it, but it has a lot of rules around what happens when it happens. You know, and those rules aren't very, like, it's not like castration, you know. I'd be in favor of castration, or the unaliving penalty, right, of a rapist. Would you guys, do we have common ground there?
As somebody who's
I would do.
I say tread those waters very carefully.
I don't know about castration. I
rape?
used to be anti-capital punishment, and I think that sexual offenders that repeat should be capitally punished. That would be my take on it.
Yeah, okay, so we agree, but Benny, I didn't get your point there.
Well, it's just chemical castration, sure, that to make it so they can't have children or be able to harm. That's fine. Yeah,
for sure. And then the concerning thing out of the Talmud that people get out of context is they don't. No, you might get banned for that one. I put it on my page. You did mention 1 Samuel. Actually, I was just looking through that yesterday. I believe that's the story of when one of David's sons calls in one of his half sisters and rapes her. Was that the one you're referring to? Where you said one of you said it, that 1 Samuel commands us to grape?
Benny may have said 1 Samuel.
Was that
Second
Samuel? 2 Samuel 15:3, where you can keep the girls that have not But that's actually, or is that Numbers 30?
That's Numbers
17?
31.
Yeah, I was mixing up.
Where you keep the virgin
Numbers 31.
girls
Not familiar.
as
Numbers
spoils.
31.
Yep. You keep the
Oh,
little
yeah,
virgin girls. Yep.
I'm gonna have to look at that one. Let's see. It says, and again, my big thing I always go back to is the original language, which is hard to understand. But I've missed so much from reading it in English. There's only one word of God that's infallible, and I can't read it at this point, right? So it takes a lot to study it. No, that's spoils of war, women. I'm trying to get it.
It's Numbers 31:17 through 19.
I think it's important to read like the whole
Yeah, go for it.
thing, though.
Yeah, you don't want to be out of context.
In
like who's speaking in this, so it might be. I guess I'm not prepared for it, so we don't have to pause on that. What was the topic? Yeah, go for it.
So God sends them in to fight the Midianites, and he gives Moses instruction in the very beginning. The Lord said to Moses, take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people. And so, I'll just read it. So Moses said to the people, arm some of your men and go to war against the Midianites so that they may carry out the Lord's vengeance on them. Send into battle 1,000 men from each of the tribes of Israel. So 12,000 men armed for battle, 1,000 from each tribe, were supplied from the clans of Israel. Moses sent them out into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with the Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, who took with him articles of the sanctuary and trumpets of signaling. They fought against the Midianites as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed every man. Among their victims were Rechems, or the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with sword. The Israelites captured the Midianite women and children and took them into the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. They burned all the towns where the Midianites had settled, as well as all their camps. They took all the plunder and spoils, including the people and animals, and brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar the priest and the Israelites' assembly at their camp. Moses, Eleazar the priest, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commander of thousands and commanders of hundreds who returned from the battle. He said, have you allowed all of the women to live? They were the ones that followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that the plague struck the people. Now kill all of the boys and kill every woman that has slept with a man, but save for yourself every young girl who has not yet slept with a man. And then it says, anyone who killed someone or touched someone who has killed must stay outside the camp for 7 days. On the third and 7 days, you must purify yourself and your captives. Purify every garment as well as everything made of leather, goat hair, or wood. Then Eleazar the priest said, the soldiers who had gone to battle, this is what is required by the law that God has given unto Moses. Gold, bronze, silver, iron, tin, lead, and anything else that can withstand fire must be put through fire, and then it will be clean. But it must be purified with the water cleansing. And whatever cannot withstand the fire must be put through the water. On the 7th day...
I think you could pause and explain. So basically, for plunder, they want things pured.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, they want things pure. And a part of this, of course, has to go with, I think the central part is why they're fighting other gods. You know, they are also fighting these terrible terrible gods that are practicing child sacrifice, right? You guys are aware, like the Midianites and who they worship.
Yeah, but can you explain to me why they are to kill all the young boys but keep young girls that haven't slept with men?
Yeah, I'm attempting to. And part of that, so I think it's about getting rid of the culture of child sacrifice and not letting it continue.
Okay, so you kill the young boys and keep young virgin girls, and the only reason they sacrificed the boys was why, and kept young girls.
Because I'm just theorizing here. I haven't studied it deeply, but it seems like it would be to stop the reiteration of this child sacrifice ring that was going on, so they would not continue.
How is keeping the girls and unaliving the young boys, the children, saving the children from being sacrificed? You're killing them. You're going and killing the young boys.
Yes. No, I agree with that. You're killing. It's similar to the flood, right? So if I can use the flood as an analogy, it's a worldwide flood. Men, women, children, all would have been wiped out. Right? So we can take that argument to the macro. It's like, if this was immoral, then the flood would have been immoral too. Right?
No. Because the difference is God told... No, I don't think it was moral, but it wasn't immoral for that. This is not immoral for the same reason the flood is. This is immoral for even worse reasons. This wants them to take the young virgin girls and give them out to the soldiers as plunder of war, which is pretty disgusting.
Well, yeah, it would be the definition of young, right, and young woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a number.
It would be any girl. It would be any girl down to an infant.
It's not children. It's absolutely not children.
It would absolutely be children. Yes, it says all of the people that were taken.
What's the age exactly? Since you're absolutely sure.
Yeah. So it would be anything from an infant to a young adult that has not been with a person yet.
No, those we call children. Young woman was a different word.
I mean, in the Talmud,
you're absolutely wrong.
They actually do. They do make the distinction of when a girl is
when a girl.
So did they kill the? Did they kill the? Hold on, Kyler. Did they kill the young? Did they kill the children girls then?
Seems like they wouldn't.
Okay, then what did they do with them? Because it said take all of the captive people, which would have been the girls, were given out as plunder.
It didn't say do that to all the girls. It said to the young.
No,
women.
it does. No, it does.
Right,
in verse 25, it says to hand out all of the people that were captured as plunder of war to the people. All of the people, so even the young girls,
right? All the people. That doesn't.
And
mean
all the young boys were killed. All the young boys were killed.
Well, yeah, but can you admit you're taking a presumption that it means you're going to essay everybody?
How do you know? How do you know that? Well, you're essaying somebody because how do they know if a girl has been with a man or not? You want to explain that to me?
No,
without
I don't know.
Physically touching them in ways they don't want to be touched.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
So they essayed people in this scenario, correct?
No, I do not know that.
Then how did they know if they were virgins or not?
Well, virginity was a big topic, and it would have been established by the culture. It was a huge issue back then. Can we?
Yeah, but in Deuteronomy, it tells us how to know if somebody's a virgin.
Right. That doesn't mean necessarily, soldiers went in and did things, right?
Well, yeah, of course it did, because anybody could have said, "Hey, I'm a virgin, leave me alive." I'm sure they did.
You're sure? See, this is where you're presuming, and let's be honest.
Not presuming. It's in the text.
No, it's not in the text.
It's in the text.
It's very
yes,
much
it is.
We're presuming that the text
disgusting detail.
Right. The soldiers went in and physically inspected all the young girls who you think is
they had to have.
Right. Now, again, you were talking about young women, and you've twisted that to mean young girls. There's different words.
No, that is what it says. It says young girls.
Well, yeah.
That is literally the words used.
If you look at the original text, it's going to say young women, It's not. It's not.
No,
talking
it's
about
not.
prepubescent.
No, it is not. The NRSVU is the most literal to the Hebrew translation, and it says young girls.
All right. So what's the Hebrew on it?
Hold on.
Give me a minute.
I got.
I am. I'll admit, you guys got me on this one. I do got to jump on a 6 o'clock, and fantastic, guys, to be challenged. It encourages me to dive in a little bit deeper. I'll come back next time and be a little bit more prepared for this one. I would question, where I was going to go is your framework for morality itself. Just so we, if I see you guys again, that's what I'm going to be asking. So you guys can be a little bit prepared. How do you say one thing is evil and another
and
isn't?
I would get prepared on yours
God
because you're going to have a hard time establishing a objective morality when your God says to rape women. He says that in Deuteronomy 21. He says that you can own slaves as property for life. He says all sorts of things that you're going to say are objectively immoral, and you're going to have to substantiate why your God is okay with that.
I think our current system is
not at all. He says you can own. No, we're not going to do that, Kyler. We're not going to try to make what we go through today at work the same as slavery. You aren't going to be that disingenuous. You're not. I'm sorry. That's disgusting behavior when people do that. That is
a grave
the worst.
apologist there for a bit.
That
was wild.
Well, yeah, they had to. Anyway, guys, keep tapping them buttons. Let's see over here on Video Ninja. No, we don't have anybody over there. Guys, keep interacting with the live. Let's keep this going.
I didn't mean to take over as your live partner. Is Christina coming or?
No, I told her that she didn't. She said she's in a lot of pain and stuff, so I told her we should just reschedule.
Yeah, I'll cover for her.
So I was just hoping somebody came up. I wasn't gonna ask anybody to be the. Let's see. Oh, hi,
Christina.
Twisted. How are you?
Honestly, Christina, to be Christina for one day.
You could not be Christina.
If I could ever be Christina for one day, that'd be like a dream come true.
I got a new mic, but I have to get different wires for it.
Man, you're we have such a your lips move and then I don't hear your voice for 10 seconds. I'm gonna back out and then come back in.
Okay. Servant of the Merciful, LGBTQ on the right. Yes, he is part of the LGBTQ. Do you have a problem with that, Servant of the Merciful? And I would say if you're a Christian, you're not. Your God isn't so merciful. Give me 1 second. I don't know what my freaking stand is doing right now, but it is not wanting to stand up, which is weird because it's been fine this whole time, and then all of a sudden it just decided didn't want to do it anymore. Alice, thank you for the follow there. I do appreciate it. Yeah, once you go to Deuteronomy 21, I don't think that there's much they can say about the rape apology because Deuteronomy 21 says you can capture women and force them to be your wives, which is absolutely rape. There's no way around that one. If you say a captive can consent, you are the problem. You are the problem if that is what you think. Although there was a case that I just was looking at that a deputy sheriff went in front of the prosecutor for the town for essaying a girl, and everybody agreed that she clearly said no, even the deputy, but the prosecutor. Yes. Real thing that happened in Alabama, I do believe.
What the hell? Oh my god.
That
Why
is
are
the
we
world
going
we live in right now.
We're going backwards. I blame this whole Christian like nationalist movement.
Get my teeth fixed. I have a gap,
teeth.
but other than that, my teeth are straight.
They're fine.
I have a gap though. I have that gap in the front, but it's good because I don't get shit stuck in there. It's easy.
What?
Hee-haw.
Says stuff like that.
Charles Martel.
Yeah, don't mind me as I sit behind my like anonymous profile and I tear apart like everything about your like physical looks.
Tend your own garden, jackass, I think is what he's trying to say.
Why don't you tend to your own?
I've been making more on my some more politically motivated videos because I find those funner as of late. And just the freaking people in there like, look at this beta, he's so triggered. And I'm like, you're the one commenting. Like,
right.
Like, you're clearly telling on yourself, or they'll like say things about me being fat, or look at this gay, blah, 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 blah. Just, it is unbelievable.
I have some new backgrounds that I'm going to be testing out here soon.
Ooh, that's a nice one, Benny.
I got that one. I got this one. It doesn't really fit though. No, I'm noticing. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I like that.
That's my damaged testicles right here.
Oh, that's the fucking testicles that are damaged.
Yeah,
that's
they
nice.
got my nuts have frowny faces, which means that I cannot enter the temple of God according to Leviticus 21:18.
You cannot.
So God abandoned
Pastor
me.
Buster Cherry definitely would not accept you into the fold.
Right. That's part of it. Let me see. What else did I have? There was a few more that I had, I thought. Maybe I didn't download them. I did create this. Where is it? For the community. It's the Shroud of Doug.
It is the Shroud of Doug.
It just looks like some carpet with some stains on it.
It does.
I like how there's like a coffee mug stain like on the bottom.
I also, why is there two faces though?
But because like if you look at the Shroud of Turin, it's supposed to have like, it has it's unfolded.
Guys, thank you so much for sticking around, even though Joel's live. Those of you who have stayed, we're trying to get this off the ground, and I do appreciate you guys a lot. I think this is going to do big things here in the future. I have a lot of people that want to be on the show, and I think this is gonna do well once it gets up off the ground really well. I think it's nice having new voices and new faces every live. I think that is a cool aspect of doing lives this way.
Yeah.
What they have said is not true. What are you talking about talking facts? I have said nothing but true things today.
Yeah, I have to only speak
Lobes.
truth. Truth is only what I can speak because it physically hurts me to lie.
About grape? Oh, I told the truth about grape. Come up. Yeah, come on, talking facts. Let's talk facts. Oh. You're on an account. You're on a burner account. Absolutely it does. You just haven't read your Bible. That's what Christians do. They don't read the Bible and then they say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. That's what Christians do. But if you go get on your actual account and come up here to where you can talk, come on up.
Should I barge into Joel's Discord call and just be like, oh, you know, we, Joyful and I wanted to join in. We'll have like a, like a 4-way within just the Discord.
There we go. There we go. Guys over on YouTube, if any of you disagree with the chat, I don't even know how many people are over there. If any of you disagree... Oh, thank you. Snipes, thank you for that. That is very sweet.
It was very, very sweet.
But if any of you disagree, that's over there in the YouTube. Up there at the top, there's a pinned comment. If you have not yet hit that thumbs up, please do so. Interact with the live through the chat or tapping that little heart or the 100 or something, and make sure you subscribe for more of this. And if you don't have time to watch, you can always go through the YouTube and see every live that we produce.
Yeah, I did not cast you for tonight. And yes, I am Christina tonight.
Yes, Benny is Christina. He filled in for Christina because he's awesome. Benny is awesome. Let's see here. Joel is... But Joel will be here Monday, and that is going to boost the show, which will be great.
Yeah, that'll be a good
because we need some boosting as the show comes to the end of the first month of it. But it will be boosted. We have Joel, then Justin. It will be... it'll have 2 really boosted shows in a row, which hopefully will get some exposure that will help. Justin is going live on Mondays from here on out, so that is... I might be switching to Tuesdays in November. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided if I'm just going to keep it like it is or move to Tuesdays.
I'll be going live sometime again.
No, you won't.
It's just
you tell me that, and then you go live for like 2 times, and then you quit.
Well, then my mom gets cancer, and I have to like drive.
Oh, now you're gonna make me feel bad for what I said. I get it.
I have to like get chemo set up, and I have to like make sure that she gets all of her appointments. We had to watch her dog, and I care about my mom a lot. She would do it for me.
I care about Mama Cat too. You know I do. I've asked about her several times.
Yeah, she's doing all right.
Mama Cat is my hero.
Yeah,
Foxfire Benny appreciates that. He didn't see it yet, but I wanted to get his attention to there.
She'll make it. She's a fighter. She's a strong woman.
And Mama Cat's awesome. She ain't gonna give up. We love Mama Cat around here.
Agreed.
Guys, we have an hour and a half left in live. Basically, if we could get to... This is the lowest like count I've had yet. This will be the first time we haven't hit 100,000 likes.
Right.
But I don't think we'll get there. But if we could at least get to 50,000, it would be much appreciated. If you disagree with the background, come on up and let's talk about it. Lobes, we do need Jesus. But the fact of the matter is, we hate him. We hate God. And all we have are immorals.
Yeah, I don't need Jesus at all. Honestly, I could use a little less Jesus. Like,
me and my wife were talking. I had therapy yesterday, and we were going over some... We're still doing, like, really shitty work that I hate doing, and they make me talk about things I don't like to talk about, Benny. My therapist is kind of an asshole in my book at this point. She's constantly making me talk about things I do not want to talk about or even think about, to be honest. But so me and my wife were talking about it a little bit last night, and I was just thinking noise? That's probably one of my kids. It's a mixture of dogs barking and my son screaming right outside the room. But we were talking about like when I had like my major breakdown when I first like was like, oh shit, Christianity isn't true, and I like literally morals went out the window. Like, I honestly believe, like, what's the point? There's no reason to any of this. Morals just, like, completely evaporated, and
Yeah, I could see
yeah,
that.
it was a weird adventure with a mixture of old problems coming back, but also just like unfiltering all of my problems too. Just being like, there's no point in holding anything back now. Like, there's no God. Like, this is all meaningless. And I felt the way these Christians act like we should live. If there's no God, it's meaningless.
Yeah.
No, actually, once you get past that, that's when you like realize, like, wow, I am bad. Like, I am better mentally than I ever was. And I'm not constant. It isn't constantly a fight anymore to like approve this God, but rather I do fight to like some of my bad habits, but it's not like this constant like worry that this God is judging me and feeling. I felt like I couldn't control it. Like, I was a Calvinist. God made me the way he wanted me. I hated that I did the things, but that's just like, that was my cards I was dealt. And it just, like, we were just talking about how much relieved I am now, but at the time when I first saw it, it was just like,
I can't even
Lewis
would be like.
Well, and Lewis, I'm glad if you feel love from God every day.
I'll be right back.
There are many that will come to him on that day and say, Lord, Lord, and they will be convinced that they knew him and that they loved each other, and he will still say, I didn't know you. So I don't know that God is like, yeah, I don't know. Cody, if you think God is real, come up and let us know why you think God is real. It's cool that people think God is real. We want to know why. We want to know why. Oh, and I agree. People find hope and peace and love in different things. Like, Muslims find peace, hope, and love in their Islamic faith. Hindus find it in theirs. Buddhists find it in Buddhism. People that are part of Taoism find it in the Tao. And the list goes on and on and on. And I agree with you. I think you can find peace and joy in anything when you give it that, when you're looking for purpose.
I'm trying to eat.
Oh, was he guessed it up? I didn't realize. Lewis.
Hey, JA.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. What is your age?
I'm 34.
Nice. Did somebody invite you, or did you guess up?
No,
I'm sorry
somebody invited me.
I invited you.
Oh, right on. What did you have for him?
I wanted to continue the discussion.
Oh, right on. Go ahead and talk to Lewis.
So, let me go on. So, how do you feel is love every day?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know, I just experience it just as my day goes. It's just something I experience in my heart and my soul and my being, right? Yeah.
Like is it very direct? Like, can you attribute this certain a specific feeling to what God is?
Yeah, so today was a good example. I was just thinking about my beautiful children, my wife, and I was like, man, God, thank you for giving me such a beautiful family. And I just felt like an overwhelming joy, just just in my heart. So
Yeah, like how could one be so lucky? Kind of like sort of feeling.
Of course, just grateful that, I feel that, at least for me in my situation with my family, God has been so good to me.
So why is it that God would be good to you and then maybe not so good to others? Like say like kids that are dying of HIV over in Africa.
I couldn't speak to other people's situations. I've been through some pretty terrible stuff myself as a child, and seeing that I'm not from this country, I dealt with a lot of stuff as an undocumented immigrant that I'd rather not go over. But yeah, we all have our trials, and it's hard to answer the why to some things. But in my personal life, I've learned to persevere and try and find the good in life, and try to. It's made me more resilient. It's made me build character. It's helped me to really just like learn to have empathy toward people, because you don't know what they're going through. And so the things I've been through have really, I think for me, God has used them to really just love people and just continue to grow that empathy muscle, if you will, for lack of better terms.
But now, do you believe that God is like all loving? Do you think that he does that because he loves you, like puts you through the hard times?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I would say through the very difficult times, I feel like God has just, filled me with his love, and it's helped me to persevere.
Okay. What if I were to say, like, because I don't believe God exists, that you got yourself through those hard times? Doesn't that now take the hard work that you put in and give it to God?
I think we both played a part, for sure. It's like the dual nature of just like acknowledging that, yes, it takes my personal will to say I'm going to get through this, and also finding even more strength in knowing that God is with me, is what helped me to persevere through it all. So yeah, I do give myself some credit.
Like, can you like quantify like how much, like, is it like a 80-20 kind of thing? Is it more like God was definitely doing most of the work and you were just kind of filling in, or were you doing most of the work?
I would say it depends on the situation or event in my life, to be honest. Sometimes it was 80-20, sometimes 20-80. Yeah.
I asked this because I don't think that God can actually do anything physically on this world. I mean, maybe this concept of a God could give you like maybe some sort of drive to do better. Hope. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I have felt. But like I said, like I've been through some pretty tough times as an undocumented immigrant for most of my life, and it's been, all I can say is that if it's 80-20 or 20-80, I acknowledge that it takes both my will and then my ability to be able to open myself up to God and receive from him that contributed to me being where I am in life today, which is a much better place.
So what are you receiving from God then? Just like strength?
Hope, strength, love, all the intangibles, if you will, right?
So like I recently beat cancer, and that took a lot of mental willpower, and a lot of just like internal control and just the ability to not like break down at all times. But I did not need God to get me through that. A lot of people would say they would pray for me, but I would actually specifically ask them to not pray for me, and that if they did, I was kind of pushing back any kind of prayers. I didn't want any supernatural hand in my battle.
Right.
So why could I do like such a like a hard thing that a lot of people they would say that God helped them through it? I would say that I did all that, or the doctors did all that, or
well, that's amazing. That means you're a very resilient person. I think that's amazing. I think.
So is it possible that I just don't need God?
I mean, I don't think that you don't need God, but I think you're a very resilient person, and if that's how you got through it, all props to you.
See, because I just think that God is just this, concept that we make up in our mind, when it's actually us, the human, the people that are actually doing the thing, that are actually doing the thing, and God's not really a part of it. Maybe he might be some sort of mental tool. Sometimes people will, when they go to jail and they have to wait long periods of time, they'll kind of like create the perfect mansion to kind of
Sure.
take time up.
Sure.
But I don't see any other like worth of this God character. Like it's not actively doing anything.
Yeah, so I would just make it short as to why my personal belief is so strong. Is just I had one specific instance when I was younger where I wanted to unalive, and I had an experience where I had a very vivid dream, and I received. So before I had that dream, I was very broken as a person, emotionally, mentally, whatever you want to call it. And I had this very vivid experience or dream. And when I woke up, basically, I experienced like wholeness, peace, complete and utter peace. Like it was just something I couldn't explain still to this day. So, and I had this chat with an atheist panel yesterday, actually. And obviously, I understand the idea that maybe some of these ideas were pre-deposited due to me growing up in a Catholic upbringing, or even like the neurological explanations for why you have those types of experiences in your brain, basically putting up defenses. Like I know all the explanations, and
Yeah, I guess
and
my question would be why would God give you this help and peace, whereas like say there's like a little child out there getting grapes every single day and is begging for release, peace, and is not getting it, and is praying and praying and praying. That's happening, right? Like that they're not being heard by God.
Oh,
So
trust
like
me.
why would God help you but not them?
Oh, trust me. I've been in situations where it's felt like God hasn't helped me when I needed it. I don't want to go over specific
So are
events,
you saying that they just don't need it, that they don't need that release or peace?
oh, I can't speak. This is what I'm saying. I can't speak to the suffering of others or why something does or doesn't happen. I know I've had my fair bout of stuff that I wish didn't happen, and it's
So
unfortunate.
would
But
you just say that you're just like lucky then? Like God must.
oh, trust me, that if you knew what I've been through, you wouldn't think I'm lucky. I just think that my faith and hope and my belief in God has helped me through those bad things. I don't ascribe those bad things to God because certain individuals chose to be evil toward me or hurt me. But once again, that's sort of the complexity of human will interacting with one another. And some people just choose to be a piece of trash. That's just the reality of it.
But I guess you got this peace when you were, in a pretty desperate time. And I have heard, and I've been in desperate times myself, and I've known people in desperate times, others who have lost their children in very horrific ways. And they never got any kind of answer, anything other than, it was just a random series of events
Yep.
that had no real meaning to it.
Yep, been there, done that, and I still have a question still to this day. But once again, it's the idea of there being suffering in this existence is a very complex and hard thing to understand, even from whether it's atheistic or theistic perspective. It's very difficult to understand, and I think
Well,
that
it's pretty easy to understand as an atheist. So
I don't know.
suffering, like
I mean, maybe for you, if you could explain it, because yesterday, this is what we were discussing, and the atheists themselves, or at least for them, they said it is a very complex thing, even for them to sort of like think through and understand. But I'd love to hear your perspective on why it's not.
so, 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 because there is no purpose, right? We're just like an algorithm working its way through. There's no mind behind any of it. It's just chaos that is going on. You know, it's trial and error over and over again, and within that trial and error involves a lot of suffering.
Right.
Evolution itself involves a lot of suffering. I can see Seth.
Give me 1 second. Hold on, baby. Here you go. Here you go, baby. Go right there. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, from the standpoint of natural and raw evolution, things are really very like rotary, and there's no feelings involved. It's survival of the fittest, right?
It's pretty brute. There's no real mind or kind of, you know, like goal behind all of it, if you think about it, especially when you consider that, you know, like Earth is going to be absorbed by the sun within a few billion years or so. So either life, you know, if it does have some sort of purpose, it would need to be to leave this Earth and then maybe continue on somewhere else. But even then, you know, there's just yeah, neither of us do look like Christina. It just doesn't seem that there's this like inherent purpose behind humanity, especially like specific humans, like, you know, like people like yourself that have heard from God and have gotten this peace, you know, when they needed it.
I'm curious. Yes, baby. You're so silly. You're so silly. So I guess, so if you don't believe that there is a purpose, how does then empathy come into the picture for you? Because if everything is so raw and unequivocally feelingless, why would you care for other people?
Well, as a moral agent, as somebody that has, you know, the mental capacity to create what I would call like subjective rights and wrongs, I would, you know, assume that my other moral agents or other humans, maybe even animals, deserve well-being, and that's emergent of evolution.
I think. Okay, baby, guys, I'm gonna have to hop up, but you want
You're
to play
fine.
with me.
You're fine.
I
It
will
was a
come
good
back,
discussion.
though. I will come back. I promise.
Yeah,
I love this
good discussion.
discussion. You guys were very, very respectful, so I'm coming back. Okay.
Right on.
Sure.
Thanks for
See
coming
y'all.
up, List.
Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, have fun with your little one.
Kids ruin everything. That was a joke. That was a joke. I love my kids.
Thomas.
Oh, thank you for the heart me. What up?
How's it going, guys?
Thomas. Yeah, what's your age, and are you a Christian or an atheist?
Yeah, Christian, 50 years old.
Oh, nice. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I was just curious. So basically, from a biblical perspective, I've dug quite a bit into the Bible, the history of it, you know, the postulates of life that we observe, that kind of stuff. But mainly, the biggest thing in the Bible is that it was a document that was compiled over 1,600 years period of time, basically, by 40 different authors, all of which were of Jewish descent. And so, and the Bible's pretty clear that really you look at the Jewish people as God's time clock. So as we're looking at that, I'm looking at all these prophecies, and you know, Zechariah, Isaiah, there's so, Nehemiah, there's so many, that Daniel, that point to exactly what we're seeing unfold now with the Jewish people. But I was curious your take on that part of it. I mean,
The problem with that is, according to Deuteronomy, a prophecy should take place in the lifespan of a prophet, because that's how you will know if they are a true prophet or not. So either Yahweh was wrong when he said prophecies should take place in, like, if they come true, then you know they're a real prophet. If they don't, you know that they are a fake prophet. So that has a cutoff time. that is whoever this is prophesied to should be able to look at the prophecy and see if it comes true or not. And the fact of the matter is, trying to attribute those things to something to 2,500 years later is just nonsense, according to Yahweh himself in regards to prophecy.
So are you talking about like Deuteronomy 18? I think it's like verse 20 through 22.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, how do you know it according to Yahweh? How do you know if a prophet is a true prophet or saying the word of the Lord?
Because I mean, when Moses, I've looked at this before, but when Moses is teaching this, what he's talking about says, if a prophet makes a short-term prediction prophecy in the name of the Lord and it fails, that person's
Where
not
does it
speaking
say
for
that?
God.
Where does it say short term? You're adding that.
Well, yeah, because even in prophecies that they give, it says that these will be in the last days. So all the prophecies.
Yeah, and according to the scripture, they were in the last days the whole time. Even in Zechariah, it says these are that we are coming upon the last days. We have that all throughout the New Testament that those were the last days. But yet you want to attribute 2,500 years later is we've been in the last days for 2,500 years. So again, a prophecy, the only thing in Bible that says how we know if a prophecy is true is in Deuteronomy. And for the people that Isaiah, Daniel, and all of those people spoke to, they would have to believe, according to Yahweh, that they were false prophets when they weren't really. Either that, or the prophecies already have long since been done with.
So the thing is that there's no precedence for that, and actually we have
No, there
so many
is.
prophecies.
We just went through the scripture in Deuteronomy that shows precedent for that.
Right.
So if we read the verse, it says, "But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak."
Yep.
So that's if they speak something he has not commanded to speak.
What does it say after that?
Even that prophet shall be unalived.
Okay.
When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing following not, nor come to pass that it is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. What do you mean? It doesn't say
So it
to be in his
has to
lifetime.
be done in the lifetime of that prophet or
Where
that
does it
whole
say that?
thing, because it says that you are to unalive them if they speak and say it's a word of the Lord, but it's not. How would you know? How would you be able to do that? If Isaiah was prophesying about something 2,000 years later, all those people are dead. Isaiah should have been stoned if the prophecy was about today, according to Deuteronomy. So what you're doing,
you're adding stuff. It doesn't say
no,
that. So
absolutely not.
there's
It says they should be unalived.
Yeah, but you're literally adding, but it doesn't say that that's every prophecy. If there's a future,
No,
prophecy.
yes, it is. It's literally saying if a prophet says he speaks in the name of the Lord, that is all inclusive. That is all inclusive, Thomas.
Well, we'll
you
disagree
can say
with that because we can
no.
just
You
disagree with
cannot.
it. You can't make a claim.
Show me show me in the Bible where it says a prophecy can be made outside the time, because it's not there. But we do have the Bible saying that it has to be within the time of the prophet coming true. Yes, it does, because that's how you judge them. It makes no sense if that, Thomas. It makes no sense if that's how you judge them. If it can come to pass,
you're really reaching. If you can get people to
Thomas, Thomas, no, you're an idiot if you do not believe it. Thomas, you are an idiot if you do not believe that's what it's saying. And I'm just going to be honest with you, because you know damn good and well the only reason you're saying words don't mean what words mean is because you have no defense. You are literally lying about the Bible right now. You are lying about the words of Yahweh. Yahweh said, this is how you know if a prophet is a truly speaking my word, is if it comes true. And if it doesn't come true, they are to be punished. They cannot be punished if it comes true 2,000 years later. They cannot be punished. either Yahweh's a dumbass and made a law and a rule and a rubric that was not applicable, or you are lying about the scripture to push your narrative. Those are your options. Because it literally says it.
How do you know if a prophecy comes true if it's 2,000 years later? Like, how are why would that verse in Deuteronomy be there? You would need to know if the prophecy were to come to pass.
Well, Thomas obviously hasn't read the part in Deuteronomy that says anybody who adds or takes away from this will be or it is abominable for them to add or take away from this. And he's already added to it. He said that this is talking about a close-up prophecy, but it never says that. He adds to it to fit his narrative.
Yeah, 1822. If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, then it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet that has spoken it, presumptively, do not be frightened by it. So if it doesn't come true by a prophet, then it is not of God.
Yes,
how do we know?
That's very true. So
Now,
if any of the
why
things
would
they
that,
spoke,
why
and
would
it
that
happened,
verse be in there?
and because if they do speak something that we can observe in their lifetime and it doesn't come true, then it's not of God. But it doesn't say that if they speak something that's in the future, and just because they're already unalived,
It
just
never
would
says
discount
anything
what they
about
said.
during their lifetime, Thomas. You add to the scripture to fit your narrative. Do you understand that?
Not at all.
Does it say anywhere in there it's talking about a specific type of prophecy?
Oh, there you go. I agree with you. It says Deuteronomy never says a prophecy must happen in the prophet's own lifetime. Show me
No,
that
it
verse.
does. It does. It
Where?
says that they are to be punished. Right before that, it says, let me pull it up here. It says that they are to be unalived if they do not speak in the name of the Lord, and they said they were going to. So how are you going to unalive them for that if the prophecy takes place 2,000 years later? That's nonsense,
So you're
Thomas.
adding stuff.
No,
So
you
you're
are
just
adding
but
stuff.
the scripture doesn't say
Thomas, you are adding stuff. It
that.
literally
You can
says
run.
that
So,
Thomas.
and the best
No,
part is
no. I'm going to just mute you because you are lying about your scripture. It literally says that you either
it must
you are
happen in the
so
lifetime of the
dense.
prophet.
Yes, it does. It
Where,
says
it's
that.
okay. Read that part to me.
It says that they will be judged by it. So they
Thomas,
cannot be judged by it.
place.
They cannot be judged by it by people if they are not living.
Thomas,
Correct?
read Deuteronomy 18:20.
Okay, so Daniel couldn't prophesy about Persia, Greece, and Rome and the kingdoms of future things. There's all Isaiah.
Well,
chapter
it was
44,
written after
verse
the
45.
Daniel was written after the fact of all that happening anyway.
150 years before Cyrus lived, when he said that Cyrus would
No,
become
he
given
didn't
name.
write that then. It was actually written after that all happened. It has been proven.
So every prophecy you go and say it happens after, huh? Even though all the historians are against you.
Dan, the historians are not against me, Thomas.
Well, you can
the apologists are for you. The historians are on my side. The historians and the scholars say Daniel was written after they were taken into captivity. It was after they were already out of captivity when Daniel was actually written. But no matter what, Thomas, that never gets you to the point where this verse does not mean what this verse says. You can cry about this verse. You can say, I don't like this part of the Bible, or whatever you want. This says a prophet must be judged by the people, by whether or not their prophecy comes true. They cannot do that if it happens 2,000 years later. So you're either going to have to say God is illogical and makes dumb laws, or you're going to have to say, I don't know why he said this because this isn't true.
So we can't judge a historian on claims they made? The people? That's a claim you're
You
making.
cannot unalive. No, I cannot unalive a historian that's already dead for making false claims. No.
Yeah, that's okay, but it doesn't say that it
No, it does. It says to unalive them.
Sure doesn't. You're adding that. Never
no,
says
it
that.
does in verse 20.
Yeah, so
Thomas,
if they were
you're
still
the
alive,
only
you would
one
unalive.
that's added to the scripture at all. I've just
You're adding
said
to it. It
what the
doesn't say
scripture
it has to come
says.
true in their lifetime. But
No,
if
it
doesn't,
does. No, it does.
it doesn't.
Because you cannot be
Sure doesn't.
unalived for something you did after your
So
lifetime.
you're adding that. You're doing conjecture. You're saying, well,
Thomas,
you can't be
no,
unalive.
Thomas,
So you're
nope,
adding. You know it doesn't.
nope, that's not adding. What it is taking words and knowing
You make
how
them
to
believe.
use my fucking brain. Thomas, I know how to use my brain. I know that you're brain dead or whatever's happening here. But the problem is that it literally says they are to be unalived. They cannot be unalived for false prophecy if they're already dead. Are you dumb enough to think somebody can
But
be
they can be
unalived for
judged.
Thomas? Can they be unalived
We
for
can make a
something after?
judgment, can't we?
Can they be Thomas? Can they be
We
unalived?
can make a
though?
judgment after they're
Thomas,
unalived, right?
can they be unalived after they're already unalived?
Can we make
Yes
a
or no?
judgment if they were right or
Thomas,
not after
I
they're unalived?
I do not give a shit
the verse
about that.
doesn't say make a judgment.
Yes,
says
it doesn't say
they
that.
shall
It
be
says to unalive them. Can you unalive somebody that's already unalived? Yes or no?
So you think this is your
Thomas,
one
no, you're
herringbone
going to
that you
answer
can-
this question. I'm going to
Pause,
keep
everybody pause. Thomas, read Deuteronomy 18:20 for us. For the people in the chat. Please read it for us. Or can you?
I don't think Thomas can read. I'm starting to get nervous.
Well,
I just want
you mute me every time I even say something because you're so
Thomas,
scared to hear the
read
truth.
18:20.
I was reading it and you muted me again.
I haven't
You haven't even let me talk because you're so scared truth's going to
18:20.
get out.
Right,
No,
you're not
that's-
reading
18:20.
18:20.
Yeah.
Read
But
18:20.
the prophet which shall presume to speak in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if the Lord did command him to speak, then you don't have to worry about putting him to death. No matter
Not
how
if
old he
it,
is.
not
no
if
matter
it
how long
doesn't.
the prophet
Keep
took to
reading.
take, the
Keep
prophecy
reading,
took.
Thomas.
Oh,
How do you know if he spoke in the
There's-
word that? How do you
even
know if
finish
he
the
spoke
verse.
by the
You take each phrase.
word of the Lord?
It says so if he did speak by the word of the Lord, then there's no putting him to death, no matter how long it takes for the prophecy to come true, right?
That's not what it
There we
says.
go.
No.
It doesn't.
No,
It says,
Thomas, are
but
you
the
really
prophet-
this? Thomas, I want to ask you a
I
question.
know
Are
you
you
don't
really
like
this
being
dumb?
proved. You like to talk over because you're getting proved
Are
wrong
you
for
really
the first
dumb?
time.
Are you really
And
this
you're like,
dumb?
I can't believe it. I'm wrong. You're admitting it.
Thomas,
But the
no.
prophet
Nobody
which
here
shall
thinks that
presume
you're
to
right
speak.
besides you. And I think it's very telling, like, how cognitively dissonant you have to be to read this and not think that you cannot unalive somebody when they're already unalived. You cannot do it. It's something that cannot happen. So either God made a nonsense law or a nonsense prescription, or you are wrong. Those are your options, Thomas. Which one do you want? Are you wrong, or did your God make a nonsense prescription?
Okay, would you give me 30 seconds to speak and I'll give you 30 seconds? Because
Yeah,
you're scared
30,
of truth.
36 seconds uninterrupted. You can tell us about Jesus or whatever you want. 30 seconds uninterrupted. Go.
Okay, no, I'm just answering your question.
Okay. Let's see. Fool for Christ.
Thomas, come on.
Yeah, so can I respond to what he was saying? You were talking about Deuteronomy 18:20, and you're saying, how do you know if like it's a false prophet? Is that what you were saying? If I'm right?
Yeah. So the only way to follow what Yahweh says to do when somebody proclaims to be a prophet that speaks in the name of Yahweh is if it doesn't come true, and if it doesn't come true, they are to be unalived. What I'm saying is either Yahweh's a dumbass and made a prescription that cannot be followed because their prophecies can come true after they're long dead, or their prophecies had to come true while they were still alive, which is literally what this verse is saying.
Right, and like for some more context for the verses, like what if you had two people that said, okay, the Lord has spoken to me, but then they say contradictory things. Like the Lord has spoken to me that Moses will go west. The other person says, well, the Lord has spoken to me that actually Moses will go right.
Yeah, so that's why we have apostolic tradition, and we follow what the church fathers say. so that we
Yeah, I
don't.
don't care about that. I care about what Yahweh said. Do you care about what Yahweh said, fool?
Yeah, but how do you know what Yahweh said? You're
Because
interpreting.
I'm reading it. I'm reading it, and the interpretation from the Hebrew. So this is the most literal translation from the Hebrew that you can get.
Right.
So why do you hate what Yahweh says?
Also, the church fathers didn't agree on a lot of things either. Like they.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're not church fathers, because the church fathers follow a line of apostolic teachings, and if something went against tradition, dating back to Paul, then they would be excommunicated from the church.
Do you realize that Jesus says in Mark 7 that you've put away the word of God for human tradition, therefore you worship God in vain? So if I'm reading you out of the Bible, what the Hebrew says, the original text says, if I'm reading you that, and you're saying my human tradition usurps this, then you are worshiping God in vain according to Jesus himself.
Yeah, so what about 2 Thessalonians 2:15 when he says, stand fast and hold the traditions which you were taught, whether by word or epistle?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're usurping the scriptures with tradition, then you are doing exactly what Jesus said you cannot do.
So I'm reading scripture, and you're saying that scripture is wrong, but when you read something
No,
else,
I'm not saying that scripture is wrong. Now you're straw manning my position. Why do you have to straw man me? Yeah, what I literally said was that is not talking about taking tradition over scripture. That's not what Paul says. Either that or it contradicts Jesus. So like now you're in this place that you've drawn for yourself that either Paul contradicts Jesus or Paul was not saying usurp scripture with tradition.
Okay, so 1 Corinthians, remember me in all things and keep the traditions just as I deliver them to you.
Yep.
John 21:25, there are also many things Jesus did, which if they were written one by one, I suppose that the word itself cannot contain the books that would be written. So this admits that everything was written down. Not everything wasn't written down.
No, I understand, but if it contradicts scripture, if your tradition contradicts, then that means you worship God in vain. That is what Jesus says.
Because this is why there's many different Christian denominations, because of self-interpretation.
Well, that's because you don't believe in the Bible, fool.
Well, who wrote the Bible? Who canonized the Bible? How do we know what books to include in the Bible? It's not self-interpretation.
Yeah, then you shouldn't believe any of it. If you can't,
you should have some sort of standard.
Okay, so full admitted, and it's getting clipped. You should not trust the Bible. Congratulations, fool. You are a fool for Christ. I will give you that.
In the Apocalypse of Peter, which is an apocryphal book, they actually like talk down on the Christians that believe that Christ unalived and then resurrected. So they were heretics according to the apocryphal or the Apocalypse of Peter.
Well, Fool for Christ was a heretic because he literally was saying that the Bible is not inerrant, it is not divine, which is absolutely like heretical. You can't say things like that. That is what you said.
Sure, yeah, Peter did.
You said you cannot trust the Bible, Fool for Christ. You literally said those words. Yeah, it is a giant cope glitter. That is what they have to go to. They go to apostolic tradition because they don't like what the book says. They like what their daddies say more than what the Bible says. Now he's saying you have no standard of morality.
Oops, I brought him back up.
Yeah, the book was made in apostolic tradition, so those interpretations would obviously be interpreted by the fathers in the epistles. So
okay. So when it says that a person, we're gonna go. Later. Yeah, but we're gonna go verse by verse, and you're going to answer my questions if you want to stay up here. All right. So in this, it says. But any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. Is that something Yahweh really prescribed?
Is this Deuteronomy 18:20?
Yep.
Okay. Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, is this something that Yahweh prescribes?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he goes on to say, you may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? So he's explaining how to judge these people and put them to death. And he says, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that is the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken in presumption. Do not be frightened by it. So the people are to judge prophets and unalive them based on whether or not their prophecy comes true. They cannot do that if it comes true 2,000 years later and the prophet's already dead. That these prophets, according to you guys, should have been killed based on Yahweh's words alone, if things are coming true now.
I'm not understanding how does that follow. I don't really understand what you're saying. Like,
can you unalive somebody that's already unalived?
What would be the point of a prophet to give something to like a prophecy for hundreds, if not thousands of years in the future? There's no point to that. Why would you tell like King Ahaz that a Messiah is going to be born of a young woman, not a virgin, 400 years, 700 years from now? King Ahaz is going to be like, how does that help me? This is not what I like. This is not the agreement, the covenant that we have here, Yahweh. Like, Yahweh, you help me by showing me which way to go here.
Yeah. Sorry. I have something in my throat. I was saying King Ahaz actually asked for a sign, and God says, you won't ask, then I'll give you a sign anyway. So would God not be saying the prophecy here instead of the prophets? Or because you just said that King, like, what would be the point of King Ahaz? Or what was your thing? Could you repeat it?
So a lot of people use like the book of Isaiah to say that is, you know, like a prophecy for the Messiah Jesus, because there's mention in Isaiah 7 of, if you read it in the Greek, I think it's Parthenos. They mistranslate it to virgin, that a baby will be born of a virgin. Well, if you read Isaiah 7, the prophecy is that a child will be born of a young lady, and that child is actually...
How would you know Parthenos is a mistranslation of virgin if that's literally what the word means?
That's not what the word means.
Parthenos in Greek?
Yeah, it means young woman.
Are you sure? You want to pull
No, that means the reason that it got mistranslated in the scripture was because the Greek does mean virgin and young woman, but the actual Hebrew word, once the Dead Sea Scrolls came about, they realized that it doesn't mean the word used in Hebrew. The word used in Hebrew did not mean virgin.
So could you?
Isaiah 7 is fulfilled in Isaiah 8, just as like all the other prophecies that are like fulfilled. They are fulfilled in their original context. So, like, yeah, all these prophecies are able to be tested. Did they come true? Did they not come true? Obviously, they came true because these guys are considered prophets by God and everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just waiting for Jay to basically you.
Yeah, so Elma or Elma. Yeah.
Elma.
Yes, that is just a young girl. It can that the young girl can be a virgin, or it can just be a ripe girl, like sexually active girl.
So it can
She's
be
ready
one
for
or the other.
sex. No, it's saying it can imply, but it's just a young woman. It's either like it could mean any form of young woman.
Okay, yeah. Let's just move on.
King Ahaz,
so it's just young woman.
What would King Ahaz have any like care to hear about some virgin that's going to give birth immaculately in 700 years from now? Like he would say, "What are you talking about?" Like I'm
Was he
talking
not
about right
facing?
now.
Oh, I mean, was he not facing an invasion? And
Yeah,
he
and it
did
says
ask.
that child would be born, and before it could eat, those two people that he was in fear of would be unalived, and that happens during King Ahaz's reign,
The child
700
is
years
most
before
likely
Jesus.
Isaiah's son.
Hezekiah.
It's some weird name. I don't know. Like I don't have it memorized.
It's
But
Hezekiah.
Would it not be because of Ahaz's unbelief? God declared his what's the word? Faithfulness to the house of David, and it was a messianic fulfillment of the prophecy. So would it not be?
No, not at all, because it literally says that before that child will be born, and before it can decide good from evil, the two kings he is in fear of are unalived, and we know from reading back in Chronicles that those two kings, King Ahaz was in fear of, did in fact get unalived during the reign of King Ahaz. So the prophecy all came true, except for people want to say not that part. That part was about something totally different.
Oh, so your argument is, why would he prophesy to King Ahaz if King Ahaz was dead or something? I'm not really.
No, the point is that
what King
even
Ahaz is saying, yeah, like some Messiah 400 years from now is not going to help me out right now. Like I want to know what my like near future is going to be. And Isaiah is saying, hey, a woman is with a child right now, and before that child knows right from wrong, these two kings that are going up against you, they will be unalived, and we will exclaim, God is with us.
Would it not be? Would it not only be for Ahaz alone, but also to the Davidic line? Because it says, I will still be faithful to the house of David, and one day the true king born of a virgin will come. So couldn't that?
Well, it never says that.
It does.
He exclaims,
where did no, hold on. No, Fool just made shit up. Where in these verses does it say eventually a child will be born, or a king will be born of a virgin? Will you show me that verse in Isaiah 7?
No, I'm saying Isaiah 7 is talking about the Davidic line. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It says that this child is born before the two kings are destroyed. Those two kings were destroyed 700 years before Jesus. So either Isaiah lied about when that child would be born, or Isaiah was not talking about Jesus at all.
And the child was Maher Shalal Hashbaz, who is Isaiah's son. And in chapter 8, the closing statement of the prophecy, which is saying, and God, it will be exclaimed that God is with us. In chapter 8, verse...
Which one?
In Isaiah 8, verse 8, it says, "O Emmanuel," after, like it says, "The Lord spoke to me again, because this people have refused the waters of the Shiloah, the flow gently, and melt in the fear before Rezin and the son of Remaliah. Therefore the Lord is bringing it up against the mighty flood waters of the river, the king of Assyria, in all of his glory. It will rise above all of its channels, overflow its banks. It will sweep into the Judah as a flood, and pouring it over will reach up into the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel."
So could you tell me what's your argument for reading that text? Are you the
Emmanuel is the child that was born to Isaiah.
No,
or not
is the exclamation that is made at the end of the prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
The prophecy says, like, and we shall exclaim, God, like, the God is with us. Where is it? Let me see here.
Yeah, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
God is with us. Yeah.
Yep.
Right, and they exclaim, "O Emmanuel," in chapter 8.
So the land belonged to who? Do you know, or
what do you mean?
Are
you talking about the Syrians or what?
Yeah, Syrian, yeah. With this, because it says the land belonged to Emmanuel, or not to Ahaz, not to Assyria. So it says like even though destruction is coming, God is still with his people, which is what Emmanuel means, God with us.
Yep. Yeah, that's what they're talking about when they overthrew the Syrians, and both the kings were unalived and the child was already born according to Isaiah 7. That was when they said God is with us because the two kings were destroyed. Just like the prophecy said. The child in Isaiah 7 was born before what happens in verse 8 or chapter 8 happens.
Yeah.
That's 700 years or 400 years before Jesus. 400.
Right. So the prophecy came and closed within 2 chapters.
Yeah, it went Isaiah 7:14 and Isaiah 8 verse 8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really.
There's no Jesus. No Jesus is spoken of in this prophecy.
The point
that's how prophecies are made, and it falls in line with Deuteronomy because it happened within their generation. They were able to test it. It happened. It came true. It was a real prophecy. Isaiah's a real prophet.
So what about in Matthew chapter 1 verses 22 and 23? Let me pull it up really quick. It says something about the virgin shall be with a child and bear a son, and they shall call his name.
Yeah, that's because the writer of Matthew only had the Septuagint, and he mistranslated virgin, so he attributed that into his story. But now we know that it never said virgin at all. That's one of the reasons we know that the Bible's just made up bullshit, because he attributed things because he misunderstood.
Yeah, but Parthenos, he uses Septuagint, right? And wouldn't the word...
Yeah, that's not the original.
The original word is Alma,
which is not virgin. It can include virgins. It includes all young women.
Yeah, so it can be one or the other, right?
No, but it would never be virgin. Like if you're translating it, it's never going to be virgin. It can talk about a young woman who is a virgin, but Alma or Almat is going to be young woman. Unless other context brings forth that she's a virgin, all otherwise details is that she's just a young woman.
Yeah, and Alma can refer to a young unmarried woman. It does not inherently need to mean virgin. They actually have a word for virgin in Hebrew, and it's Betula. Betula.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, you said it can be one, or it can be it's a young woman, but it can also apply to the context of being a virgin.
Okay, so here's the problem with Matthew. I'll just cut to the chase. Matthew is full of lies. Do you understand that? Matthew 10:20, or Matthew 10. Let me go there. Matthew 10. I think it's 10:12 actually.
Betula is the word for virgin, twisted scriptures.
All right, you could ask me this one question, and I would like to ask you some questions if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So in Matthew 10, verse sorry, I just had it and then I accidentally scrolled. Verse 23, it says, "When you are persecuted in one place, flee to another. Truly I tell you, you will not finish going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." This is Jesus speaking. He's making a prophecy. So before the Son of Man comes, Jesus is already there. So how is it that the apostles aren't going to finish? He's talking to his apostles. He says, "You will not finish going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." That is a direct prophecy that he would return again. The Son of Man would come before they finished preaching. Matthew makes a claim in Matthew 16:27 through 28, that Jesus would return before all of his disciples were dead, and judge the entire world. Matthew 24, same thing. He says that he's going to come before that generation passes away. So Matthew makes a lot of claims about prophecies that just simply are not true. And Jesus, according to Deuteronomy, would have deserved his death because he was a false prophet.
Okay. I mean, yeah, to be honest, like, I feel like anything I really say, it's just going to be circular arguments because I've explained my arguments many times and then just go on one thing. So I was just wondering, like, if I can now ask you questions, unless you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So my question is, so your interpretation, right? I'll go back to the interpretation. And I'm not saying scripture is wrong. I'm not saying blah, blah, blah. I'm saying, how do you know you have the correct interpretation compared to somebody else?
Because I know what words mean, and if the words say that somebody is to be put to death because they claim to have prophesied, but their prophecy does not come true, words mean that person must be alive to undergo the punishment of lying about prophecy. So when they speak of prophecy, if it's going to be true, it's going to be during their lifetime. Otherwise, they would be unalived, because that's what Yahweh said.
Yeah.
Those are literally the words used by Yahweh.
But like, how would you, let's say if somebody else disagreed with you and they would argument it in a different sort of way, how would you?
Well, I would say you can say words don't mean. Hold on. Words mean what words mean. I know how to read, and I have good reading comprehension. Just because you don't like what the words say, and you say, I'm going to interpret. Interpret is just a fancy word for saying, I don't like what that says, so I'm going to say it means something different.
No, it's not. I mean,
no, I know what words are.
A real world example would be the different denominations of Christianity that are constantly disagreeing with each other. So obviously you would have to have some sort of justification as to argue.
No, I do have a justification for that. It's because they all don't like what the Bible says, but they come up with different ways to cope with it.
You know, there's some Christians that are like...
I know, but they find different ways to cope with different parts of the Bible they don't like. That's why there's so many different
what would be your
denominations.
Justification for that, other than self-interpretation? Like, because that's
it's not interpretation. It's not self-interpretation. It's what the words say. I care about what the words say, fool. I don't care about apologetics. I don't care about the bullshit. What I care about is what the actual book says. What the book says is that if a prophet speaks not in my name, they are to be put to death. How do you know if they spoke in my name or not? If the prophecy comes true. You cannot exact this prescription if it's 2,000 years after the prophecy. That is just a nonsensical prescription Yahweh put forward, or Yahweh was just making shit up and it's not true. So people can say interpretation all they want. No, this is a direct prescription. We know how words work.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I would my issue there would be you still don't have somebody else could say words mean what words mean, and they could use your same line of argumentation against
No, they couldn't, because what the words actually mean is what I'm saying, because I know what words mean. Fool, just because I could read this and say, but any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded, the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. That really means unicorns are gonna poop fucking swirly ice cream onto the fucking moon, and everybody's gonna go up there and eat it. It doesn't matter if I say that's what the words mean. People know that's not what the fucking words mean. So,
but you still don't have a justification other than
no, I do.
How would you know?
Isaiah 7 and 8 is a justification of it.
Yes, and also, so listen, I'm gonna just read the verses and ask you a few questions. But any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, the prophet shall die. Does this say that a prophet that claims to speak the words of God but does not should die?
Yeah.
Because that's what words say. And then it says, you may say to yourself, how can you recognize
you have an issue with that? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. Just pay attention. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? So he's telling them, so he's getting ready to tell them how to know when to unalive prophets for not speaking a word. Correct? Do you agree with my interpretation?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations. If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, what does taking place or proving true mean?
That it happens in time.
Yeah, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. So the ones that should be unalived are the ones that the prophecy don't come true. And you cannot unalive somebody that is already unalived. So we know this happens during their lifetime, or Yahweh is a fucking idiot.
But how? So you're saying the basis of how you would know to
unalive them?
Someone, yeah, unalive someone.
TBV raid is what is the TBV raid? I
don't know what TBV is.
Well, thank you for raiding.
Yeah, thank you for the raid.
Lobes was there, so yeah, thank you. Either way, go on.
Yeah, so
trust but verify.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna have to go, but I was gonna say, like, in Deuteronomy 18:20, does it not say that people who are you saying are you saying the basis of how you know whether to unalive someone would be if their prophecies come true, or would it be if they speak?
Yep.
But
that's how you would know.
Who speaks in the name of other gods too, not just the prophecies?
Well, yeah, but they're both included. They're both included. You can try to run to the other point.
No,
but they're
not.
both included.
What was the other verse that you said whether their prophecies come true?
That's verse 22. It says, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the things does not come to pass or prove true, it is the word that the Lord has not spoken. That is how they know who to unalive for being false prophets. And you can't do that if the prophets are already dead.
Right. I mean, like, the people that are hearing it would at least not have to unalive. They would have to be able to see if it happened or not.
So you're saying because of the quote unquote false prophecies that everybody in the Bible is a false prophet, or is that what you're saying? Or
no, Isaiah's not a false prophet.
Because you're saying if a prophet claims to speak for God, but it doesn't come true, then the prophecy is false. And you're saying how can they be unalived if they were already dead? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because, like, after you, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm. It's either a nonsense law or prophecies are supposed to come true during the lifetime of the prophet.
Yeah, all prophecies that are mentioned in the Bible, at least the Messianic ones that I'm aware of, all come true within their context.
Oh, I understand. I understand what you mean. But do you think the prophecy would have to happen, or like you said, the prophecy would have to happen during their lifetime? Don't you think? Yeah.
That'd be the only way you would know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. So, is there any prophecies that were spoken by people who died before they came true, or died? Because I can't really name anyone that has.
Do you think Revelation is Revelation a prophecy about the end times?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, is Revelation a prophecy about the end times that is still to come?
Yeah.
Yeah, then John prophesied about something that he was not around to see.
Yeah, and he's a fake prophet, and Revelation actually John may have been a real prophet in a way, and Revelation was just about Nero and the like Nero Caesar's attack upon them.
Oh, are you talking about in Revelation 4:1 or something? Or like about John when he saw the visions?
Yeah.
Like the beast is Nero.
Pardon?
The beast is Nero. When you do the gematria 666, it means Nero Caesar.
I mean,
And if you think about it, like his face is on all the money people buy and trade and sell. There's like quotations in Revelation about like how you can't buy or make trade without the mark of the beast.
Yeah. But I feel like some of the prophecies he prophesied would still take time in future events because it was
but that's my whole point. According to Deuteronomy, it shouldn't. It should have been during his lifetime.
Yeah, that's why I feel like you should follow like tradition and about what was revelized to you, because if there's
But tradition was turned on its head when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Could you repeat that?
When the Dead Sea Scrolls were finally found and read, in like the 1940s,
yeah,
that changed the prophecy of Isaiah. That made Matthew wrong.
I mean, I would have to see that, but yeah, I have to go. So thank you for.
Well, you've been a great guest. I think we had a
You've been
very
fine,
good conversation. I hope you come back sometime
Thank you for being
and
respectful,
we can talk
yeah.
some more. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm enjoying it.
Absolutely.
Interesting
I-
stuff.
Yeah. I think overall he was a great guest. I think overall we had great guests tonight, guys. We are only live for
Anti-Semite.
yeah. Well, I think they were both people in a row were trolling the Flurf and the.
Oh, God.
Let's see here. We have trust but verify, and yes,
Verify. Thank you. I know who you.
We have 13 minutes left of taking callers, and then we'll do a Q&A with me and Benny if Benny's up for it, until we run out of people, and then we'll just shut her down. But thank you guys for being here. YouTube and TikTok. You guys are amazing, and we're getting this channel off the ground. We're getting more and more people every time, and it's awesome. I appreciate all of you, and the only way we're gonna get this off the ground is with you guys' help. So I appreciate you. Trust, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I just wanted, just a fellow atheist here. I just wanted to introduce myself, say hello. I just finished my live, so I orchestrated a raid into your live. So just wanted to, give you
appreciate
some
that.
love, give you some, hey, how you doing? Introduce myself, all that stuff. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of time.
Well,
I
I know who
talk to
you
Hobbs.
are, and
You know who I am. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've heard tell of you before.
Yeah, I know who you are, and if you want to ever come up on one of these and be the co-host for the night, it's a 4-hour show, and we do it every Monday and Thursday. Hit
would
me
love
up, and I would love nothing more than to have you in Benny's seat, because nobody wants Benny in that seat. But but yeah, definitely DM me and we'll make something work, because
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think you're awesome, man.
Thank you. I would love to. Yes, I will definitely take you up on your offer. I love collabing with people. I love co-hosting, all that stuff. So absolutely. That would be amazing. That would be fun.
Yeah, we're trying to use Joyful's JA debates to kind of like be like an entryway into like getting people kind of platformed and get everybody kind of introduced to each other, and have this kind of like unified front of atheists and skeptics and stuff. I love it.
Awesome. Yeah.
Are you a pagan or are you an atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist, yes.
Okay, because I do require on this show that you have to at least not believe in a god, because it kind of ruins the whole thing if you do.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, I can rock with you. I'm about 98% for sure there's no God, so I think I make it.
No, it's just that I have a lot of friends that are like pagan and stuff, and it's no hate towards them. I've had them on my other shows, but this one is specifically atheists talking to theists. So
All good, yeah. You know what's interesting about that is I'm actually finding that I tend to coexist peacefully with like pantheists, pagans, people who believe in the consciousness. Like they tend to be like very short conversations, and we actually talk about a lot of stuff.
absolutely.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird how that goes, right?
No, it's a lot easier to coexist with people that are not either Christian or Abrahamic faiths.
Oh
mainly.
my God.
I've met Hindus that were great people. I've met like I don't even know that Buddhist is really like a religion, but people that live by Buddhism, great people.
Yeah.
But then you get to like the Abrahamic faith, and it's just like, ugh.
Well, I'm with you on that. I just had a 3.5 hour conversation with a theist, and the last hour and a half was talking in depth about 2 Samuel. And that was a very interesting conversation. Yeah.
Is it Second Samuel where they bring the Witch of Endor in?
The specific part, or sorry, I should say 2 Samuel chapter 12, when it's about Uriah and Bathsheba and the wives getting raped. It was really interesting to hear another lady saying, well, that's God's will.
My goal with JA debates is to have as many. I wish my dog would shut up, but have as many different voices, because I think it brings a lot more interesting conversation when you have different people. Because atheists aren't all the same.
Yeah.
Me and Lobes critiqued me on many things that he disagreed with me on. And I think that's awesome. Like, there's different perspectives other than just God, hate God, blah, blah, blah. Like how Christians feel we all are.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's cool to show this front of, like, I don't believe the same way he believes, but we know your God ain't real. Like, kind of, I just find it awesome, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Lobes! It's my buddy Lobes.
Man.
What's up?
I've been telling Joyful to bring you up here for as long as he's been talking about this.
Right on.
He has. The problem is like literally so many people, once I said I was doing this, DM'd me and was like, I want a spot, and I had to sift through people and be like, I actually had to remove somebody from my schedule from last month because they made a post that was not savory.
Too bad.
Frost, are you in the Discord, the Deconjunction Discord?
Deconstruction Junction? Yeah, I am. I'm in that one.
If you want to message me, just like a snapshot of your TikTok, like front and like any like secondary accounts. I think I got you on Lobes. I don't know if I do for sure. If not, then get them to me.
I get a notification
That way I can get them on the
when he's
bot.
live.
So anytime you guys go live, it'll like ping you.
Oh,
Because
you've
we're
got
not making
me already
channels.
set up?
Do I already have you set up?
Do you? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I see Lobes when he goes live.
I don't know.
So yeah, like get that
mean-
to me if you want to DM me or anything, or just like remind me. I will get you guys up on the bot that like pings everybody, and under like debate streams is what I usually put the code. Like,
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
That way it pushes it out and gets you guys some more people. Like if nothing else is on, or if they want to check out something new.
Awesome.
you know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to step down now. Thank you guys for talking, and yeah, appreciate you all. Yeah, keep up the good work. man.
Appreciate you.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Take care.
You too.
Dude, this
trust.
I'm not used to like I'm used to like having low number, like fluctuating high and low numbers, but this new using this account is like always low numbers, and it stresses me out. I'm like,
I don't really mind the numbers as long as like conversations are happening.
No, I know, but like there's a lot of logistics that go into this, and I want my guests that I schedule to get plenty of exposure and stuff. Like, there's a lot of stress involved with this, Benny.
It's just
that I did not anticipate.
I don't know. We got to look at your YouTube page. For some reason, it's not like hitting the.
It's not. It doesn't even show up on my Decon. If you cast me, as soon as I turn on YouTube, you're in there. But mine is never in there when I turn on YouTube.
It
my
must be
own
something-
fucking live is not
it
in
must
my
be
own
something,
feed.
In the like, something's going on.
Yeah,
But,
something's wrong with you.
I got a lot of feedback.
Ever since
about-
I took
about
it
you two.
over.
I got a lot of feedback about you two. They want to see more of you two. They think that you guys.
That's
are
what
good
I was getting ready to
at-
ask. The $1 million question. Did you work anything out to where we can make one Thursday a month work? Or Monday. Monday or Thursday.
I think I'm going to be able to take off one Thursday a month. I don't know about switching my off days, but I can take off a Thursday a month probably, or talk to the wife a little bit about it.
Well, you are more than welcome. We will leave a slot open for you one Monday a month, or Thursday, and
really
September is kind of a problem because I think everybody opted out of Mondays that DM'd me. So maybe the next month we'll have to start that. Let me look really quick.
It's not like you can't just do a different day of the week, you know.
Consistency, Benny. It's consistency.
I'm not a type A. I'm not a type A type of person. I'm the type B type that's
No,
like.
give me 1 second here.
I'm on vacation, by the way, so that's why you haven't seen a lot of me lately.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your vacation.
What are you doing?
We're at Macedon with me and my family. It's our first vacation taking our son anywhere, and we're with her like parents. So we're at the in-laws, and they're treating us to everything. We kept going out to dinner. I haven't spent $1. I bought gas. That's it. It's nice.
That's the best. The best.
That is always the best.
Did you see any trees?
Yeah, it's really starting to convert me. I'm starting to like go back to my roots.
I told my wife I'm gonna have to cut down our willow tree in the backyard because every morning when I wake up and I look out our back door, I'm just like.
So basically, you hate
real.
God.
I mean, they do.
So basically, you hate God.
Yeah,
That's like cutting down God.
Yeah, they do the photosynthesis. There's like leaves and like bark. Like, have you looked at like bark? It's just so.
Could you, Lobes? This is hypothetical for now. Would you be able to do the 18th of next month? That's a Thursday.
September probably. I have to get back to you.
Okay. If you can do that, I could probably Tiny and Hammy like seemed like they would take any day I would give them to host one of these. So I could probably get them to move to make the 18th work. Because they seem pretty much just like any day I would give them to do their own thing on JA debates, which I'm a little nervous about, but we'll see. We'll see.
What does it make you nervous?
What?
Joyful. We'll have to sit down like this weekend or something and go through your OBS settings and your YouTube settings just to see like what is different between.
Yeah, because it's been less ever since I took it over.
Yeah,
and I don't know
if it's like a resolution thing or if it's like a hashtag or a title thing. They're touchy about that stuff. Like if you don't put like the word debate in it, you know, or if you put it in the like if you put it under
it's in the name of the channel.
Yeah, but there's like news and politics. There's like entertainment. There's like gaming. You know, like there's weird stuff on YouTube that like categorizes it.
I'm like a boomer when it comes to technology.
I know. I have access to your YouTube, so I might just schedule. I might schedule your next few people.
Yeah, maybe you. Yeah, and then tell me what you did that was different.
I will.
But I'm actually going to start doing. I signed up today for TikTok Studio. I'm going to get a webcam and start casting off of my computer because my new mic is going to be easier to use with a computer. I'm going to have to do a lot of shit to get it to work with my phone. And the new mic is way better than anything I've had. And it's all thanks to you guys. All your gifts and stuff bought me the new mic and control board. And I am very happy to use it. But, like, it came today and I was trying to figure it out with the phone. It's just going to take a lot. I have to download shit and all sorts of stuff to get it to work.
Lobes.
But with a computer, it's plug and play. So,
Lobes, I'll be going live. I can't give you a specific date or time, but if I'm live, you're always welcome to come up and cook with me.
He won't be
because
lying.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed cooking that weird Phil girl. Phil.
Yeah. Okay.
What's like the feminine version of like Phil bro, like Phil.
Phil's sister. I don't know.
Phil gal. Gal.
A Phil
Phil gal.
A Phil gal.
The myth of
Philita.
She was a Phil gal, and then she like lied about being a fundamental like Luther or Mormon, and it was like, wait, what's happening?
Oh, she was apparently didn't Tiny come through and he was like, she's actually like just messing with us, like she was trolling.
Oh, was she just trolling?
Tiny did say she was trolling.
Is it okay?
Lewis.
Apparently, she was trolling his too.
Lewis, the guy that said he was undocumented and whatever. I wanted to tell him that like my best friend, like one of my best friends. He's my coworker. He's undocumented, and I love him more than... He's actually a Pentecostal, too, which is ooh. But Bobo is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Bobo is amazing. I love him.
Yeah,
we I will forever
stand
love
up
him.
for the rights. Yeah, we stand up for the rights of our undocumented brothers and sisters. I do, at least. I will not turn anybody in. I will not answer any kind of freaking door knockers. So yeah, that stuff has gotta go with the times. Hopefully once that man is off this mortal plane, we'll be able to move on. But I don't know.
Yeah.
At least you've always got that as like a fallback. If they're ever making you mad, you can just threaten to call ICE.
Yeah.
I do that with him, but it's a joke. Because
Of
he
course.
he'll threaten to call my dad because my dad actually owns the business, and like me and my brother run it, but my dad owns it, and he's like, "I'll call your dad," and I'm like, "I'll call ICE." And he's
I
like,
don't even take my drinks with ice, man. Like I'll have a.
he
water,
knows
no ice.
that I would die for Bobo and his family. They are, his son works for it. Like they're just they're great people. Pentecostal aside, they're great people.
At least they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, like,
It was
there's a lot-
funny to see. We went to his church one time. My dad, who is Reformed Baptist, and the pastor was like trying to cast a demon out of my dad because he's not Pentecostal, and it was like some of the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Well,
My
what
dad
did you
is just
do?
like, he just looked like so like, I don't know. He didn't know what to do. It was awkward but hilarious for me
You
being
should
an
have told your dad,
atheist.
like, yeah, that's how I feel when you guys try and ask me to pray, at dinner. That's how I feel.
It was hilarious. They were casting out the demon because Bobo told them that my dad drinks alcohol and is a Christian, so they were casting out the demon of alcoholism.
Bobo's a snitch.
Yeah, he is. But Bobo's awesome. It doesn't matter. He will forever in my book be an awesome human being.
Well, I don't know if the show's ending, but if you guys don't mind, I thought I'd read something here.
Is
that I
it
just
Psalms
read.
81:10?
No, this is actually
Damn it.
Isaiah 48, 9. For my name's sake, I defer my anger. For the sake of my praise, I restrain it for you.
Nice.
so that I may not cut you off.
I'm gonna throw things at you.
See, I have refined you.
He's gonna do this every time.
I'm not like silver.
At a wedding the other
I
day.
have tested you in the furnace of adversity.
I'm gonna show something really quick, and then I'm gonna drop the live. But I want to show you guys what my daughter and her girlfriend found on a sandbar the other day, and then I'm gonna drop the live because I will immediately get a banana if I don't.
Okay.
They found this, and they brought it to me under the water and said it was a present for me.
Now you gotta like play the game where you hide it everywhere, and it's like Easter eggs, but with a cursed object.
I already got 2 warnings this live, so I might go take it down. We'll see.
All right. Well, it's been a great night.
Love
It
you
was
guys.
fun hanging out.
I'll
Good
be
to
in
see
touch
as
with
always,
you
Lobes.
about the 18th. I'm going to talk to Tiny, and if you can get that off, that would be amazing. Jess, thanks for stopping in. Love y'all. We are calling it a night, but
Good night.